It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
So the other day, a judge asked me how much younger I am.
Well, the other day, a judge asked me how much taller I am.
But who's the better lawyer?
Well, that's an easy one.
At Skinner, we don't leave results to chance. We fight for what you deserve. If you're hurt in almost heaven, dial the 7s.
Double or nothing.
SkinnerWins.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
It's an instant classic. Hold still! Get Rock's delicious chicken sandwich and delicious burger with pickle aioli and Heinz thick-cut dill pickles.
We brought the beach to you. Get Rock's crab cake sandwich with 70% real crab meat.
It's time for the excitement of NCAA Division II football, featuring the Shepherd University Rams and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference. Today's play-by-play coverage is being brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance Agency, Powered Beck and Matzaref Law Offices, Senate Finance Chairman Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, Fort Evans Archery, Rock's Local Markets, the Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, the Larry DeMarco team at Century 21 Modern Realty Results, Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, personal injury attorneys, Cody's Auto Body, the Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, the Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, Ameriprise Financial and the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, WVU Medicine Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Centers, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, CMA Honda of Winchester, CMA Chevy and Toyota of Martinsburg, CMA Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg, Dignity Memorial Rosedale Funeral Home and Cemetery of Martinsburg, Flower Pools of Martinsburg, Hagerstown, and Chambersburg, and Next Level Auto Detailing. Standing by is our TV10 broadcast team. So let's head to the field and get today's pregame show underway.
And a very pleasant good afternoon across the Eastern Panhandle, or wherever you may be tuning in. We welcome you into Memorial Stadium in Clarion, Pennsylvania, where today it's our Shepherd University Rams taking on the Clarion Golden Eagles. For TV10's coverage of Shepherd Ram football, I am Matt Crawford. With me is Travis Smith, Colin McLaughlin running our main camera today, Dylan Bishop, our on-site producer, and Kyler High back at the studio. Travis, it was a game that got away from the Rams last week in their 35-28 loss in overtime to Slippery Rock. And this week they're facing a team that is, quite frankly, the surprise of the PSAC this year. Clarion coming in a perfect record of 3-0.
And not only that, their offense has been red hot. They're averaging nearly 38 points per game. So this Shepherd defense, they've had a tough go of it so far this season, and they're going to have another tough test on their hands today on the road versus a team, like you said, surging with confidence, and Shepherd, on the other hand, searching for a little bit of confidence.
Absolutely. Shepherd running the football very well this year, and Mike Hardyway doing a very good job kind of controlling the game at that quarterback position. The defense played about 3.5 quarters of phenomenal football against the number 4 ranked team in the country last week in Slippery Rock. They just couldn't finish out that game. A couple of things not going their way, a couple of challenges not going their way. But I think Coach Ernie McCook has to be coming in, and hopefully this team with a lot of confidence from what they saw in 3.5 quarters of football last week.
And you look at Shepherd and the success that they've had in the past, they're a bit beyond having moral victories. But you can look back to that game last week, and just coming from that first game of the season to that second game of the season, Shepherd is trending in the right direction. They just came up a little bit short against Slippery Rock again on the road, a very tough team to play against. And then you're not expecting a redshirt freshman quarterback to come in the game and play absolutely lights out at the end of that game. So again, Shepherd in a tough spot, but certainly trending in the right direction. And like you mentioned, running the ball, I think that's going to be key. That's going to be extremely important for Shepherd today. They got to bring the nasty, and that's something that they were able to dominate nearly 3.5 quarters of football versus a very good football team. Running the ball 42 times. It wasn't a gaudy yards per carry type of game, but just the fact that they were able to stick with that run, kept their offense on schedule, protected their quarterback, and more importantly, set up that play-action pass.
All right, enough about what we thought of the game last week. We're going to send it back to the studio, take a quick break, and on the backside of this commercial break, hear from Shepherd Ram head coach Ernie McCook. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Powered Beck and Mitsurath Law Offices. 50 years experience. No fees unless we collect money for you. Always here to help you. Any questions? lawpbm.com.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Ippoliti. Okay. IPPOHLEE.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Our pregame coaches interview is brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons.
Here with Coach McCook. Coach, it felt like a lot of that Slippery Rock game, you guys were in control, but in those last few minutes, Slippery Rock was able to come back and eventually take it in overtime. What do you feel like was the difference in those last few minutes that Slippery Rock was able to come back and take that one eventually?
You know, unfortunately, we weren't able to make the plays we needed to make. We had 2 4th downs that we went for it on and didn't convert. They were all obviously really close. The first one we did, it was really just paper thin. I thought they were going to bring the credit card out to measure it. And I thought we had the first down, then they reset the sticks. We didn't have the first down, so the mechanics the officials had there were pretty frustrating. And then the second 4th down that we went for, I felt it was the best thing to do. I felt that Slippery Rock was hot on offense, wanted to keep the ball, wanted to close the game out at that point. We went for it. It was marked for first down. They challenged it, and that it was very frustrating, the whole review process and the explanation from the officials. And the explanation this week has been really frustrating with that. Had we had converted that first down, I think we would have closed out the game and won. Slippery Rock continued to battle. They found a way to win. but it came down to not being able to convert in those 2 4th downs. I thought it was I was really frustrated with the holding penalties. We had 5 holding calls against their 0. I find that, I'm still looking for a couple of them on tape. But it's, ultimately we've got to do what we need to do and don't put it in somebody else's hands. If we punch the ball across where it's not a reviewable deal, then we win the ball game. We can't put it in the officials' hands. We can't put it in Slippery Rock's hands. We have to control our destiny, and we didn't do it. So that's ultimately what it came down. We needed to remove all doubt and not give somebody else the opportunity to make a decision or a judgment to change the outcome.
Slippery Rock makes a quarterback change mid-game. What was the sort of adjustment when it came to dealing with that backup quarterback? I know he was able to run around a little bit more than their starter was, and obviously their starter threw 3 interceptions, so he was able to control the game a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty electric when he came in. I think you see that a lot in the game of football, a new energizing type of player, a dual-threat guy. I thought he made some really nice throws. He was very elusive. Credit to him. They made some great plays on offense, and were able to move the ball down and score. He's a really talented player. I would imagine that the Pennsylvania Western Division is going to see a lot of him this season.
The offense felt like there was some growth from the first game against Frostburg. You guys had that bye week in between. Did you feel the same sort of way when it came to how the offense was able to play for a lot of that game? And did you see that sort of growth from the bye week and the Frostburg game?
I thought we had great improvement in all 3 phases, offensively, defensively, and special teams wise. I thought that we were able to take care of the football. We didn't have any turnovers, and I think that was a credit to our players and their focus on that. I thought we were able to run the ball very effectively, and it'd be really scary if we didn't have the holding calls, what kind of rushing offense we would have had. I think we got to build on this. We have to take it as a building block and be better this week. I think we were able to move the football, both running it and throwing it. I thought we had great balance. I thought our players did a nice job executing the game plan.
So for Clarion coming up this week, they're 3-0, which I don't think a lot of people expected. What have you seen on tape for them? Does it seem like they've improved as a team overall?
Yeah, I think they got a great quarterback. I think he's one of the best that are in the Pennsylvania Athletic Conference. He can throw any ball that you need. He also can extend plays. He's very athletic. They have a new offensive coordinator in Larry Wilson. I think I've had a tremendous amount of respect for him and the things that he's been able to do at different places he's been through his career. Their head coach is as good as it gets. He's a guy that really built a lot of the foundation that's at Kutztown and the success they're having. Raymond Monica, and I think he's a defensive guy. They're very sound on defense. They're going to be, we're going to have to earn everything we get. They play hard. They have a lot of belief in how they're going to play. You can see that they're all well coached, and they buy into what their coaches are coaching them to do, and you can see it on film.
For your guys' side of the game, what do you think you're going to have to really key in on to be able to have success?
I think we're going to have to contain the quarterback. I think the quarterback has got a guy. He's a guy that can make plays, and we're going to have to try and make him uncomfortable, get to him. Be physical with them. We're going to have to do those things. Offensively, we're going to have to be balanced. We're going to have to be able to make plays. I think we got to off defensively stop the run, make the quarterback one-dimensional, and keep him in the pocket. Don't let him make those plays. And I think offensively we have to run the football to be able to give us great balance.
All right, Coach, thanks for the time and good luck.
Sure. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Once again, our pregame coaches interview is brought to you by Parsons Ford at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first, Parsons. We'll be back with more on the other side of this break. This is Shepherd University Football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Hi, Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
This is Cody with Cody's Auto Body. The stories are on the way. Reliving glory days, the injury that prevented stardom, or the inevitable, I even could have made that play. With football season comes a lot of delusion of greatness. Well, no one believes you would have made it in the big leagues. Let's at least make them think you're a good driver. Bring that vehicle to me and I will make it the pride of the parking lot at every game. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body, the MVP of your season. That's Cody's with a T for trust.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
And we welcome you back into the pregame show. It is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10. Just heard from Shepherd head coach Ernie McCook. And Travis, for this Shepherd team, looking for their first win of the year, Clarion 3-0. First two wins of the year for Clarion. You're looking at a 34-0 win against Wheeling. Week 2 at West Virginia Wesleyan, 48-20, and then a Week 3 win to start their conference season in a 31-24 win at home against Shippensburg. So you look at those, especially those first two games, it's not like they're winning 7-6 ball games here. They've made a statement in these first three games.
Absolutely, and you have to look no further than quarterback Anthony Gershio. The 5'11", 200-pound redshirt senior has been on fire this year, completing 61% of his passes for 591 yards, has thrown 7 touchdowns, only 1 interception, and not only can he do it with his arm, he can do it with his legs. Also having 186 yards per carry and 4 touchdowns on the ground. So certainly going to be a focal point of that Shepherd defense is can they slow down that signal caller for the Golden Eagles.
And you got to think they're going to look at the end of that fourth quarter in last week's game where they saw DeJuan Owens come in as the backup quarterback and talk about a dual threat quarterback. That's exactly what he was. So they got a little taste of that at the end of last week's game, but you now have a second straight week where you're going to face a quarterback that is your team's leading rusher and is going to be able to sling the rock pretty well as well. So a little bit of training last week. We'll see how they handle 4 quarters of it in today's action.
And you could even go back to that first contest of the season for Shepherd when they had the quarterback from Frostburg State. Miles Fulton was also a quarterback, not quite the scrambler that DeJuan Owens was, but was a guy that was able to use his athleticism to extend plays, and that's kind of opened up another whole can of worms of issues on that Rams defense. Communication is going to be key. They got to communicate, especially on that back end, because it seems like once that quarterback is off schedule, gets outside the pocket, they have a bad habit of letting their eyes go in the backfield, and that's when they've given up some big plays over the top.
It's about 14 minutes left before kickoff here in Clarion, Pennsylvania. We're going to send it back to the studio. On the backside of this break, we'll hear from Ty Lucas in this week's player interview. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Remember all the sports we played when we were kids?
Oh yeah, swimming, tennis, basketball,
Football, soccer, track. I loved winning.
I still do.
Our competitive spirit is still going strong.
But now we use it to win for our clients. If you've been hurt in almost heaven,
call the Sevens, 304-777-7777.
SkinnerWins.com.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. We have been challenged to sell 20 new and used vehicles each and every day for the rest of the year. This means you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the largest Ford store on the I-81 corridor, ranked among the top dealerships in the country in sales volume and customer satisfaction. If you are even thinking about buying a new car, now is the time. Visit HagerstownFord.com and choose your new ride, and we will bring it to you. You will sign all the documents from your phone and skip that awful finance process that consumes your entire day in the dealership. Let's recap. Hagerstown Ford must sell 20 vehicles a day. You will sign all the documents from your phone on your time. We will bring your new ride to you, and you're done. It's that easy. If you don't like it, return it. Our return policy is better than Walmart, and our buying experience is better than Amazon. And you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the #1 Ford store from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C., from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland. Now, we want to be the #1 Ford store in the nation.
Hagerstown Ford, right off Interstate 81, across from the Valley Mall.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Our player interviews are brought to you by the Marius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg or give them a call at 304-263-4343.
We're here with Shepherd offensive lineman Ty Lucas. Ty, obviously, Slippery Rock game didn't go your guys' way, but for a lot of that game, it felt like you guys were playing really well, and then just towards the end, those last few minutes, Slippery Rock changes quarterbacks and all that. From your perspective on the offensive line, how would you view your guys' performance, whether it's up front or the offense in general?
I feel at the start, the first half, I think we played an amazing game. We were definitely very dominant up front, and then going to the second half, well, we were up by 2 touchdowns. We were dominant, and I think we got a little complacent there towards the end. And then, being short the first, I think it was like 4th and 1 being short, and then the second time being short again. I think that really kind of stabbed us in the gut with that. But we're going to come back. We're hungry now. We're just going to get after it.
Kind of seemed like you got into it a little bit there, but I was going to ask you about the mood on the sideline during those 2 reviews. The second one was really long, but when both of those didn't go your guys' way, was it kind of tough to stay in the game? How did you guys respond on the sideline?
It was kind of hard. The first review, was quick, and then the second one kind of went on for a couple of minutes. And it was like, we just got to stay there and just be ready to go in at a moment's notice. But it definitely, we were definitely a little shocked at the second time. But, it is what it is. It's part of the game, You come there to play a team, and you just got to dominate. And if we we should have got the yard by more than 5 yards, and then the rest wouldn't have any control in that. And so it is what it is.
For the offensive line in general up front, obviously right side has been the more experienced side with you and Carr as well. So how do you feel like you guys have been meshing up front? Because I know chemistry on the offensive line can be an underrated thing sometimes.
Yeah, I know me and B. Carr have a good, solid relationship. And then with Josh, Herb, and Jaden on the left side, I know they're still trying to get some feet under them, because I know Josh, this is mainly his first year starting, and then Herb got his feet wet after I got hurt last year, and then this is Jaden's first year starting. So I know they're still trying to build that relationship, and as Coach always says, 5 fingers, you got to build a fist, and go from there.
How'd you feel like the offense improved from game 1 to game 2? You guys had that bye week in between, so I'm sure you guys were able to work on a lot of stuff. But overall, how'd you feel that bye week and that time to prepare for Slippery Rock helped you guys?
Yeah, I feel like that first game was everyone trying to find themselves, to be honest. And then that bye week really gave us understanding on who we need to be and what we need to become. And then I think going to that Slippery Rock game, everyone kind of figured out who they are and what their job was and what they needed to focus on.
All right, for Clarion this week, what have you guys been doing to prepare for that one, and what you've seen from them for what you're going to have to be focused on?
So they kind of run almost the same front as Slippery Rock. They're a 4-down defensive line. We're mainly just taking some concepts from last week and taking it this week, but as of right now, we're just hungry. We're just trying to get our first W, get a win under our belt, and just start and get the season rolling.
Is that going to be the mindset on Saturday going into it? What are you guys going to be talking about in the locker room to get you guys in the right mindset?
we're just going to be talking about like how I need to do my job and I need to focus. I need to trust the guy next to me to do his. I'm going to go into the locker room and talk to my guys like, don't worry about anyone else. Focus on yourself and let's get this W.
All right, man. Thanks for the time and good luck.
I appreciate you too.
That player interview was brought to you by the Marius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors John Everson and Phil McCoy. You can stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg or give them a call at 304-263-4343. We'll be right back with more Shepherd University football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How can I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm John Everson, Private Wealth Advisor with the Marius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Providing reliable protection since 1877, we are Farmers and Mechanic Insurance Companies. For over a century, we have been dedicated to provide dependable insurance protection and excellent customer service. We specialize in auto, home, farm, and business insurance. Our products are backed with personal, hands-on service. You can trust us to protect what matters most to you. For all of your insurance needs, there's Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Companies.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
So the other day, a judge asked me how much younger I am.
Well, the other day, a judge asked me how much taller I am.
But who's the better lawyer?
Well, that's an easy one.
At Skinner, we don't leave results to chance. We fight for what you deserve. If you're hurt in almost heaven, dial the 7s.
Double or nothing.
SkinnerWins.com.
And we welcome you back into Memorial Stadium. We're in Clarion, Pennsylvania, where the Shepherd Rams look to pick up their first victory of the year. As the Clarion Golden Eagles hope to stay undefeated, Shepherd looking to ruin that party today. We're just a few minutes away from kickoff. We've talked about some keys already, but let's get into them officially as the keys to the game. Brought to you by CMA Chevy and Toyota of Martinsburg, all in one convenient location. They're at 650 Foxcroft Avenue in Martinsburg, where owners just care more. Travis, keys to the game.
First, looking at the Shepherd Rams, first key of the game, they've got to knock off the silly penalties. Last week had 11 penalties for 85 yards. Just think of all those drives where they were driving deep into Slippery Rock's territory that kind of stalled out because they got a lot of those holding penalties that really knocked them off schedule, and they weren't able to overcome that. So that's the first key. Also, like I said earlier, Shepherd, bring the nasty. You ran the ball 42 times last week, and you were the much more physical and aggressive team for 3.5 quarters last week. Bring that nasty once again this week. I think you're going to have that much more success. On defense, they have to get off the field. On third down in particular, they're giving up 58% conversion rates. You got to get off the field. You can't let those drives get extended like that. They got to do a better job of getting off the field on third down. And more importantly for that defense, they got to harass the quarterback early and often. Like we mentioned, Anthony Gershio is the key to that Clarion offense. If they're able to dirty up his jersey today, it's going to be a big part of Shepherd's success if they're able to come out of here with a win.
There you go. Keys to the game brought to you by CMA Chevy and Toyota of Martinsburg, all in one convenient location there at 650 Foxcroft Avenue in Martinsburg, where owners just care more. Looks like both teams getting ready to make their way onto the field as we are just about 4 minutes away from kickoff. At least that's what it says on the scoreboard clock. 2 hour left. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the starting offenses are going to look like for both of these teams. Our starting lineups brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all of your Medicare needs. Visit BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or call 304-283-08 6'4". For Shepherd, the starting lineup looks like this. It's Mike Hardaway at quarterback. He's a 6-foot grad student. At running back, it's going to be the two-headed monster we talked about earlier in the pregame show, Jordan Barnett and Grant Swinehart. The receivers look like this: Jaden Ashby, Malachi Brown, and a Cordell Batten. Tight end is Kason Lanza. Across the front, the big guys doing the blocking. You were looking left to right at Jaden Perez, Caleb Herb, Josh Crummett, Ty Lucas, and Brandon Carr. For Clarion, at quarterback it is Anthony Gershio. Running back is Logan Kent and Kalon Simmons. They will be the two-headed monster for the Golden Eagles as well, both getting a lot of snaps so far this year. Receivers look like this: Holt Egan, Devon Jones, Jatwan Williams. Tight end is Austin Wade, and their big guys up front. Let's go with Rurik Douglas, Devin Webb, Joe Smith, Josh Steele Jr., and Jacob Domer. Both teams going to midfield as we get ready for the coin toss. Shepherd in the white uniforms today, gray pants and the blue helmets. And for Clarion, it is the white pants, blue jerseys, and blue helmets as the Golden Eagles to our right come through the Eagle Inflatable, and the Shepherd Rams coming out to our left. Referees getting together with both teams' sets of captains. Looks like also, I'm guessing, unless they have a real true freshman in the middle, looks like an honorary captain in the middle for Clarion as well.
It's part of the farm team.
Yeah, part of the, hopefully, if you're Clarion, it's the future Golden Eagle.
There we go.
Never know. Could be the starting quarterback here in a decade. Clarion has deferred after winning the kickoff, and we will see if Shepherd takes it in the as both teams go to their assigned side of the field. Shepherd will receive to get everything started as both teams now making their way to the sideline. And what is a beautiful day for football in western Pennsylvania. Not an ounce of humidity outside right now. A nice breeze blowing if you're looking at the field right to left, but not much one. Maybe 5 miles an hour. Shouldn't affect kicking too much for either team, but you can't ask for much better of a day for college football than we have today.
Absolutely, like you said, really not a cloud in the sky. A nice breeze blowing here through the press box. So looking forward to a good game of football. And looking over at Clarion, some of their keys for the game, we're going to have the wide receivers cannot give up on a play. You know Gershio's going to be able to get outside the pocket. He's going to be able to extend plays, attack Shepherd where they've had their issues so far this season, and that's communication on the back end. So wide receivers do not give up on the play. You're going to have a chance for a big one over the top. Also, Clarion, they've got to protect the football. We know that they can put up bunches and bunches of points, so you don't want to give Shepherd a chance to get in on that action. Keep the ball away from Shepherd and keep that offense rolling. Also, they're going to have to get after the quarterback. Shepherd's already given up 6 sacks so far this season. Let's see if they can keep their pressure on Hardaway and make him have a long day. And also, Clarion, you want to limit those big plays on special teams. So far, we've seen a lot of explosive plays from that Shepherd special teams unit, and you don't want to let Shepherd get some momentum plays going here on the road. So one way you can do that, limit those big plays on special teams.
All right, that's going to wrap up the pregame show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. It'll be Andrew Curtis doing the kicking for the Golden Eagles today. Back to return as they make their way on to the field will be Malachi Brown and Carrington Nickens Yazir. Shepherd going to be moving left to right to start this game. Kind of now the wind swirling a little bit, going with the wind on this first drive as Curtis sets the football up, and we are ready for action at Shepherd Rams football on TV 10. Kickoff goes into the end zone for a touchback, so bring on the Shepherd offense as that opening kickoff. Brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremation, Robert Fields & Sons, a family-owned full-service funeral home proudly serving the area since 1880.
And I know most teams like to defer possession until the second half, but I think this plays into Shepherd's advantage, being able to get the ball first. You have an opportunity. One, you want to establish yourself out there on the field. You want to set the tone, get your offense rolling, and more importantly, keep that Clarion offense on the sideline. So right now the Rams have a chance to press that advantage against this Clarion defense.
Ball at the near hash mark, 25-yard line is where the Rams will start their first possession of the football game. Shotgun formation, and no shock there. I don't think we saw anything under center last week and have not yet so far. It is Barnett getting the handoff out of the shotgun. Stumbles ahead, looking for any sort of hold. Not much doing there. Maybe 2 on the play. Brings up second down.
Patient run that time by Barnett. And again, we've seen Shepherd having a great deal of success, not even running in between the tackles, but running in between the guards. So Ty Lucas, Josh Crummett, and Caleb Herb, again, getting a good push up front, only a couple yards on first down. But again, you avoid getting in 2nd and 10, and you keep your offense on schedule.
Pistol formation, 2 receivers to the far side, tight ends to that far side as well. It is Barnett in the backfield. Little read option, it's going to be to Barnett. Again, stumbles forward for a few yards near the 30. They're going to give him the 29, brings up a 3rd down and 6. And for Barnett, you're looking at about 4.3 yards a carry so far. So a guy that's getting almost half of what you need every time he touches the football. We need to see more of that today.
And we saw last week that Shepherd using more tight ends in their offensive sets, kind of using them more in a fullback type of role. But you saw it was just the overall demeanor. When those tight ends were out there on the field, they really did a good job of plowing the ball ahead.
Grant Swinehart now in the shotgun next to Hardaway. 3 receivers to the far side of the field. The lone tight end to this near side. There's a snap on the 3rd and 6. Hardaway back to pass for the first time in this one. He makes the pass to Lanza, who catches it. He's across the 40-yard line, up near the 43. That's a first down, Rams.
And again, get the ball to the big guy. The tight ends come in. They do a good job blocking, reward the big fella with the football. He's coming off of a good performance last week. Had 2 catches for 35 yards, but also really imposed his will in the run game, being a stout inline blocker.
Both catches last week in the second half of that ball game. So good to see him get a reception early in this one. 1st and 10, 44-yard line. Shepherd still in their own territory. A little reverse action here. That's Malachi Brown to the far side nearing midfield. Let's see where they say he stepped out. The 49-yard line, so a gain of about 5 and a little trickery early in this offense for offensive coordinator Rob Ambrose.
You know you have a versatile chess piece, and Malachi Brown has had experience playing wide receiver and running back. This year moves back to wide receiver, but you still have that skill set that you can take advantage of. And if you're pounding that defense into the middle, they're going to have to make that adjustment and pinch down as they're going to open up things on the outside, and that's what Malachi Brown was able to take advantage of.
Pistol formation for the Rams. The give is to Swinehart. He bounces it outside, gets across midfield, and pushed out of bounds a few yards short of that first down marker. It'll bring up a 3rd down and short for the Rams coming up.
And that's something that the Rams might have to look at to adjust the running back's depth on that play. We noticed that last week with Slippery Rock when they lined up in that pistol formation and the running back was back deep. By the time he's getting up to the line of scrimmage, he's getting pressure off both sides. So maybe something where they're going to have to adjust his depth a little bit more to try to get him into the line a little bit quicker and avoid that rush off the edge.
3rd down and 2 for the Rams. Well, power pistol look to the near side. Give his to Barnett up the middle. He's got the first down and a couple more. Move the chains once again for the Rams.
And nothing fancy that time, just an ISO play right up the middle. The Rams have just really established a strong running game, running in between, right in those A gaps. And again, no difference this week.
And that last run, kind of hopefully a message sender. Hey, we're going to run right at you, see if we can stop it. 1st down and 10, Shepherd into Golden Eagle territory. Ball at the 43-yard line. Shepherd moving in, pistol formation. It is Barnett. Now a play-action pass. Hardyway looking deep. He's going to go deep, looking for Ashby. Jump ball. He had a lot of contact, and there is the flag.
Good job. That was a good job on Ashby. Ashby did a good job of drawing that penalty. He had the defender. Hardyway threw the ball short. And Ashby, not wanting to give up on that play, was just able to do a good job of getting in the defender's way and drawing that penalty. So the heading play that time by Ashby to help out his quarterback.
15-yard penalty. They'll move the football up inside field goal range now, so we're looking in scoring territory.
And again, Hardaway, new to the program. You're starting to see some of those plays where the chemistry is starting to come along. But on that play, you can see he was a little bit reluctant to let that ball go a little bit early. He was a little bit late on that throw. It hung up in the air. But again, hats off to Ashby on that play. Just a smart play by the wide receiver to draw the penalty.
Ashby averaging about 35 yards per game. Here's the shotgun snap and a quick out, and once again that's Lanza now inside the 20-yard line down to the 19. So quick passing and running the football. So far, the game plan for the Shepherd Rams.
And Terrell Booth coming up there with the big tackle, and Lanza catching that ball in traffic, and that's what you're hoping for your tight end. They can go up and make those difficult catches, and they're going to have to be working against those linebackers and safeties. And when you have a big physical presence like Lanza, you can hope to come down winning those type of catches.
2nd down and 1 for the Rams. They are in the red zone for the first time today. Pistol look. Barnett is the back behind Hardyway. 2 receivers to the far side. The give is to Barnett. A little stutter step, looking for a hole. Finds a slight crease nearing the 15-yard line. They're going to say down at the 16. Enough for a first down, Rams.
Tingle and Thomas, but not after he picks up a Ram first down.
And E.J. Hendricks in there playing at left guard right now for the Rams. So a bit of a change up front, but certainly doesn't seem to be slowing down that running attack.
Taking the spot of Ty Lucas.
Yeah.
Two receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Now Malachi Brown in motion, nearing that tight end spot. Give is to Barnett up the middle. Gets close to the 10-yard line. Down at about the 12.
Brought down by Shackelford.
And I know in recent memory, Shepherd known for their, vaunted passing attack. But now we're starting to take it back to the old days where Shepherd was known as a ground and pound type of team, and certainly seem to be embracing that identity here early on this season with great success here on this first drive.
2nd down and 6 and taking time off the clock. 9:30 on a running first quarter clock here from Memorial Stadium.
And more importantly, taking this home crowd out of the game.
No
They've been
doubt
pretty
about
quiet
it.
here.
Shotgun snap, play action pass. Hardaway looking for the fade in the corner of the end zone, and that one, did he get a foot in? He did. It's a touchdown, Rams. On the reception is Cornell Batten, and the Rams take a 6-0 lead on a beautiful throw by Mike Hardaway.
And the wide receiver to the outside is the player that kind of created that space for his teammate. He runs a short route. That's going to pull the corner down so he can sag back and make that a more difficult throw and catch. So by that wide receiver doing what he was supposed to do, drawing that defense's attention, that opened things up for Batten to work that back corner, and a good ball that time for Hardaway, throwing his wide receiver open and putting the Rams on top here early on.
Extra point for Barta. Up and good. 9:13 remaining in the first quarter. Shepherd has the lead over Clarion, 7-0. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
So the other day, a judge asked me how much younger I am.
Well, the other day, a judge asked me how much taller I am.
But who's the better lawyer?
Well, that's an easy one.
At Skinner, we don't leave results to chance. We fight for what you deserve. If you're hurt and almost heaven, dial the 7s.
Double or nothing.
SkinnerWins.com.
7-0 their lead as Barta gets ready to kick it off. It is Aaron Randolph and Logan Kent, the 2 return men for the Golden Eagles. Barta approaches, and there is the ensuing kickoff. That pushing Randolph back into the end zone. He'll bring it out. He's across the 15-yard line, cuts to the near side, gets stood up by a host of Ram tacklers at the 19-yard line, and that is where Clarion will have their first offensive start of the game.
Zach Ferguson in on that tackle for the Shepherd Rams, the 6-foot, 195-pound redshirt sophomore from Partlow, Virginia. And again, that kickoff team certainly showed out last week, did a good job of flying down after scoring those touchdowns and really making Slippery Rock have to drive the length of the field many times during that game last week. And certainly seem to be picking up from where they left off.
Gershio going to start in the shotgun formation. Simmons to his left. The give is to Simmons right up the middle. And the first run of the game, bouncing off a few tacklers. Does he have enough for the first down? It looks like it. Gain of 10 to start it for Clarion. That's a first down.
And Simmons coming into this game red hot. Last week versus Shippensburg, averaged 7.2 yards per carry. Had a touchdown as well. Also had a catch. You won't be, and you also might see him returning some punts. So a versatile weapon for that Clarion Eagles ball club.
Clarion getting to the line quickly, but not snapping the ball quickly, changing plays up a little bit. Simmons and Gershio in the backfield. It's a quick out to Simmons, who once again has enough for a first down and more. He's across midfield into Shepherd territory. And how about a quick start offensively for the Golden Eagles?
So this game certainly has the makings of a shootout. The biggest question, if it turns out to be that type of game, is can that Shepherd offense keep pace?
3 receivers out right now, 2 to this near side and 1 to the far side. Little play action pass, and that ball caught over the middle, and another first down. Looking to see who's on that reception. That's going to be a catch for Jaton Williams, his first reception of the game. And right now, Clarion moving the ball at will, Travis.
And again, nothing fancy on that play. A little zone read fake, and then you throw that pop pass to the wide receiver. He lined up tight to the formation on that play, almost in a tight end type of look. But you're able to get in right behind those linebackers because they have to come up and pay attention to that run. And when you do that, the quarterback did a good job of making that read, pulling the ball, and throwing a accurate pass to his wideout.
Empty set right now for the Golden Eagles. It is Gershio by himself, now coming in on a sweep. And another good run for the Golden Eagles as the helmet pops off on that rush. Looks like a 22 on that carry.
It'll be Tyreek Hall, running back, 5'11", 175-pound junior.
Clarion going to quickly get to the line here. We saw him go into the huddle before that last play. Now once again going to go to the line before looking back over to the sideline, changing the play up a bit. 3 receivers on the far side, 2 to this near side, empty backfield for Gershio. Ball at the 30-yard line, second down and 6. He's going to drop back to pass, looking across the middle, and a wide-open receiver with a catch inside the 15, bouncing to the outside, and stood up at about the 13-yard line. And that's Devon Jones.
Devon Jones. Brought down by Ennis.
Jones didn't play last week versus Shippensburg, but has had a good season so far this year. 8 catches, 75 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Go ahead and add another catch on to that one. And again, a lot of time in that pocket for Gershio to sit back there and throw that accurate pass.
First down and 10. Clarion in the red zone. Gershio dropping back to pass, looking for a receiver on the near side. A lot of contact, no flag. Ball drops to the turf. No harm done as the intended receiver was Holt Egan for the Golden Eagles.
Reggie Snowden doing a good job of using the sideline on that play.
Brings up a second down and 10. And the first true stop we've seen Shepherd's defense make all day.
And now being down this close to the goal line, you got a little bit less space to work with, and that's going to play in favor of the defense as they don't have as much ground to cover. And again, Reggie Snowden doing a good job of riding the wide receiver out on that sideline, forcing the incompletion.
There's a snap. The give is to Simmons right up the middle. He is stood up for a short gain. Looks like about 2 on that carry. Brings up 3rd and long, and let's see if the Shepherd defense can hold. A little bend but don't break action on this first drive. 3rd down coming up.
Right now the question is going to be, is Shepherd going to use a spy on Gershio? Very tough for a mobile quarterback once he's down this close to the end zone, can pull it down, really puts a lot of pressure on the defense. So curious to see if Shepherd's going to try to play him with his own, just try to keep bodies in front of him, or will they go a step further and assign a spy to him to try to contain his mobility.
Simmons in the backfield, 2 receivers to each side of Gershio, who's in the shotgun. Little pump fake looking right, and that off the hands of the intended receiver falls to the turf, and that'll bring up 4th down for Clarion.
Try to get the ball to his wide receiver, Ray Jackson, that time. A big body wide receiver, 6'1", 200-pound junior. And they had him, but just wasn't able to pull it in, and he's coming off of a good game last week. Had 3 catches for 39 yards and a touchdown. versus Shippensburg. So went to their big body wide receiver down towards the goal line, just wasn't able to bring it in.
Brings in Andrew Curtis for just about a 28-yard attempt. Ball pushed a little towards that far hash. Kick is up, and it is good. 5:31 remaining in quarter number one. There with the field goal, draws within 4. Shepherd holds the lead 7-3. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV10.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
We welcome you back in the midst of the ensuing kickoff. Another touchback off the right foot of Andrew Curtis. Shepherd going to start at the 25-yard line once again for their second offensive drive of the game. Scoring drives in this game brought to you by Jason Barrett, the Senate's finance chair for the state of West Virginia. That last drive, it was a 9-play, 70-yard drive for Clarion, taking 3 minutes and 42 seconds off the clock. A 28-yard field goal to get Clarion back to within 4 at 7-3. Shepherd's first drive, an 11-play, 75-yard drive, taking 5:47 off the clock. It was a Cordell Batten catch from Michael Hardaway to give Shepherd the 7-0 lead. Hardaway in the pistol formation to start this drive. Quick sweep to this near side. That's Brown looking for a gap. Finds one across the 25, nearing the 30-yard line before he is pushed out of bounds. And we've seen Malachi Brown getting a couple sweeps early in this game.
And that's good because Shepherd knows that they want to run the ball inside, and one of the ways that they can make that job easier is by threatening that defense on the edges. You make them play sideline to sideline. That's going to open up those lanes in the middle for Barnett and Swinehart to have some success. And again, Malachi Brown, a dangerous weapon in his own right, so that's what you want when you talk about a balanced offense. It's not about run versus pass. It's about can you distribute the ball to your playmakers.
Barnett being sent out to the receiver position near side as Hardaway by himself, a crossing pattern. That's Brown again with the catch at the 40-yard line and a first down. Shepherd, and so far on offense, have a Malachi Brown. Let's have a first quarter for you.
And again, just a variety of looks that's being set up by the run game for Shepherd. So you're starting to see them settle into a rhythm and, more importantly, establish an identity. That's something that those first two games that they were really working towards, it was a work in progress against two veteran teams that maybe not a lot of returning starters, but a lot of guys that were in the program the year before. You could see that they had that slight edge as far as chemistry goes in the game. So you're starting to see Shepherd develop some of that chemistry.
Ball at the 42-yard line. The give is to Barnett up the middle. He has stood up almost instantly. Gain of 1. 2nd and 9 coming up for the Rams as we are at the 4-minute mark on a running first quarter clock.
And Will linebacker Griffin Brazel did a good job of getting into the backfield and making Barnett reset his feet and try to break it back inside. But we'll talk about Brazel a lot today, one of the standout defenders for that Golden Eagles defense.
Two receivers to the far side of the formation. Pistol look for the Rams, one receiver to the near side. It is Malachi Brown in motion, coming near the line. Little play action bootleg for Hardaway. He's going to find his tight end. That's Lanza with the reception. Gets near midfield, stopped just short of midfield, the 49-yard line. Brings up a 3rd down and 3 for the Rams.
And a good, quick decision that time by Hardaway, having that pressure right in his face. Didn't want to overthink it, didn't try to force the issue. Just stop, quick pop to your tight end and let the big guy rumble down there. Now you're setting yourself up for a 3rd and short situation. Now you have a wide open playbook. You can try to run for it because you've been able to do a good job of establishing the run here early on, or you can go for a high percentage pass where the quarterback can just sit back there and look to pick his target.
2 receivers each side of the formation. It is Barnett in the shotgun with Hardyway. Hardyway dropping back to pass, looking for a quick out, and that one caught on the far side. Made there by Cordell Batten, but flags down, and it looks like a possible ineligible man downfield.
And that's unfortunate because Shepherd did a good job of getting a favorable matchup. Batten going up against Terrell Booth.
That is the call. Ineligible downfield, 5-yard penalty. Move it back and makes him a 3rd and short to a 3rd and long, just like that.
And again, we talked about that during our pregame. Shepherd has to avoid those penalties. They're doing a good job of staying on schedule. But when you get those penalties like that, this is not a big play type of offense, not yet anyway. So when you have those penalties, really derails everything and it really just stunt your momentum.
Referees still discussing. And looks like they're going to reset the play clock for the Rams. Goes back to 25 seconds. 2:45 on the game clock here in the first quarter, as it will now run. 2:44, 2:43. Same formation, 2 receivers to each side. Hardyway back to pass, looking to this near side. Slant across the middle. Ashby, the intended target. Did he catch it? They are going to say he was able to get his hands underneath. First down, Rams.
Good job. That was an accurate throw. And again, Ashby just going over the middle in traffic, able to pull that in. That was good defense, but better offense on that play.
Shepherd in Golden Eagle territory, 42-yard line. Middle of the field is where this first down snap will take place. 2 receivers and a tight end to the far side, 1 to this near side. Shotgun formation, Barnett the tailback. Ball goes off of Barnett's hands. Is he able to fall on it? A lot of blue jerseys there. It looked like Barnett was able to fall back on top of it, but not sure until they get everybody off the pile. And it is Barnett who was able to fall back on it, and that just never a clean handoff from the get-go.
And again, we've talked about chemistry or the lack thereof on certain of these plays, and that's certainly going to come into play when you have a lot of those plays where the mesh point, where the quarterback's going to hand the ball off to the running back, and you have a lot of big bodies operating in a little bit of space. Sometimes you're going to have those miscues, and surprised we haven't seen more of those, but certainly something Shepherd wants to avoid.
2nd down and 11. They give his to Barnett off the left side, going off left tackle. Bounces off a few tacklers inside the 40. And they will mark him down right at the 40-yard line. So another 3rd and long coming up for the Rams. And what is the tricky part of the field when you look at field position? What do you do here if you only get a few yards? What do you do here if you lose a few yards? But if you're Mike Hardyway, you cannot take a sack here. We know that.
Absolutely, but that might make your decision a little bit easier on 4th down, give you a little bit of room for your big punter to go out there and boom one in there, but certainly want to try to convert this 3rd down. You don't want to give the ball back to that Clarion offense.
Lanza comes in motion. He's on the near side, 2 receivers to each side. Hardyway back to pass, looking down the far side and kind of in between receivers. I believe it was Ashby who was the intended receiver, but falls short of him, and a 4th down and 8 coming up. And it looks like Shepherd is going to punt the football away as Deshaun Alexander coming on to kick it away.
And we see the Clarion defense has made an adjustment that time, not wanting Terrell Booth matched up on a wide receiver there in the slot. That time they had Eugene Hall in coverage, the 5'11", 165-pound safety. Going out there doing a good job.
Simmons, the return man, moves away from the ball as it bounces at the 4-yard line and takes a Clarion bounce up to the 11-yard line. And that is where the Golden Eagles will start their 2nd offensive possession of the game. That ball hit it about the 4 and took one heck of a Clarion bounce.
Put a little bit of backspin on that one, but still backed up in their own territory. See if this Rams defense can try to switch things up front. They haven't been able to get a lot of pressure on opposing quarterbacks so far this year. So far only registering 2 sacks. And we saw in that first drive for Clarion, Gershio had plenty of time back there in the pocket to go to his targets and throw the ball accurately. So they're going to have to make it tougher on him.
Simmons in the backfield with Gershio. It's going to be a pass by Gershio. He's looking down the middle, and a catch by Egan up across the 40-yard line, and that one a lot of air underneath of it, but the intended receiver in Holt Egan, and a first down up to the 42-yard line for the Golden Eagles, and some big plays early in this one. Shepherd's defense reeling a bit. There's the give to Simmons, or a play action rather, and once again Egan on the slant over the middle, and he breaks into Shepherd territory inside the 35-yard line. 2 plays, and they've completely switched the field.
And again, that pop pass is so tough to stop because they've been having success running the ball, so the defense is going to have to honor that fake. And Gershio reads that, pulls it back, and again goes to his big target at wide receiver. Egan, 6'3", 195-pound redshirt senior, has been having a whale of a season coming into today's game. 11 catches for 208 yards and 2 touchdowns coming into today's game.
Clarion moving the football, but Shepherd still holds the lead as we're through 1 quarter of play. Shepherd leads Clarion 7-3. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
You feel that in the air? The precision passes of expletives thrown from a jersey-clad warrior to his TV, his dog, or anyone that'll listen. It's time for tailgating and showing off those parking lot picnics. Just remember, when you come out of the fourth quarter to 5 new dents, remember Cody's Auto Body is your MVP. I can erase those dents, just not the memory of your team's awful record. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body. That's Cody's with a T for f***ing trust.
Yeah, Robbie, there's a chill in the air, and with fall settling in, it's the perfect time to soak, sweat, and save at Floor Pools. Robbie knows wellness starts at home. Imagine the stress melting away in a Caldera spa with warm hypotherapy jets easing sore muscles, improving circulation, and helping you sleep better. Regular spa sessions can reduce tension, boost mood, and support overall relaxation. Right now, on select Caldera spas, you could save up to $1,500. And don't forget the other half of Total Body Wellness, a T-Low sauna. Regular sauna sessions can boost circulation, support detoxification, ease muscle tension, and promote deep relaxation. For a limited time on select T-Low saunas, you could save up to $1,000. But here's where it gets even better. Robbie says when you bundle a Caldera spa and a T-Low sauna, the savings go even deeper and your wellness routine gets even further. Act now. These savings disappear after September 29th. Stop by Floor Pools today in Chambersburg, Hagerstown, or Martinsburg and let Robbie the Duck guide you to better health, more relaxation, and incredible savings. For details and to explore our full selection, visit floorpools.com. That's Floor Pools, where wellness begins at home.
Now you're starting to see Gershio.
Yeah, first run of the game for Gershio on a read option that he pulled out of the belly of his running back Simmons, and that is close to a first down. We'll see if they give him the spot. Waiting to see if those chains move. No, it's going to be a second and short. No, now they move the chains up, first down and 10. A little miscommunication on that far side with the chain crew. It'll be a first down and 10 from the 21-yard line for the Golden Eagles.
You see Clarion trying to use a little bit of tempo on offense, keeping the pressure on the defense, not allowing them a chance to adjust or sub in any personnel. Gershio doing a good job of running that offense right now. Offensive coordinator Larry Wilson has to be happy with what his group's been able to accomplish here early on.
Shotgun formation, 3 receivers to the near side of the formation, 1 on the short side. Shepherd, 4 down linemen. Pass, Gershio avoiding some pressure, rolling back and just able to get it away, and that one, was it caught? If it is, it's going to be a loss of about 5, and that one was caught on this near side. That is Simmons, who was able to run out of the backfield and able to get his hands on that football. He'd have been better off just batting it down. Loss of 5 on the play, back to the 26.
You appreciate the effort that he's, breaking off of his route, trying to give his quarterback an opportunity to, throw the ball to somebody. But Gershio that time should have just thrown the ball away. He had a little bit of open space there to the left, but instead he rolls out to his right, and that's where the defense was really waiting to pounce.
Good pressure by the Shepherd defense, and a quick quarterback draw by Gershio, and he is inside the 20 to the 15 before he is taken down on the far side of the field. And a late flag coming in by one of our far side officials.
Kind of like Chin Thompson making that saving tackle, because it looked like Gershio had a little bit more green space to work with if he was able to break from that tackle.
Waiting to see what the flag is. It didn't come in until after the tackle had been made, and the tackle around the ankles from what it looked like. And a ram down on the far side of the field. Can't see the number from here as we await the penalty.
Illegal block in the back.
Block in the back on Clarion, so that will push that football back. And it is Zach Ferguson, or Will Johnson, who is making his way to his feet now.
Correction, illegal blindside block.
And a correction on that penalty, as you probably heard on the crowd mic.
Illegal
Blindside block. The call on that big run for Gershio, who has used his legs on this drive pretty successfully.
And they've just Clarion's just done a good job of setting their plays up. You know, Gershio's a scrambler. You know, Shepherd was going to be ready for that early on, so he held on to the ball. Well, actually gave it up in that first quarter, allowing his teammates to make the plays. Now you're starting to see what this Clarion offense really likes to do, and that's really featured that scrambling ability of the quarterback. And they've had some success on this drive, but just that crackback block, or how did they say, blindside block. That was something that was celebrated at one point in this game, but nowadays they're trying to get that out of the game for player safety.
Let's try second down again, 2nd and 19 from the 30-yard line. Gershio back to pass, looking deep across the middle. It was Holt Egan again, the intended receiver, and over his head, a little contact, no flag. And that brings up a 3rd down and long for the Golden Eagles, and they have, in both drives so far, we've seen them move the ball at ease into Shepherd territory and really inside the 30-yard line and then get held up.
Yeah, stall out, just a little miscommunication here and there, and sometimes that's all it takes to derail a drive. But you have to like some of the things that this Clarion offense is doing, but now backed up, 3rd and long. Curious to see how they're going to try to attack this.
I look for, if nothing else, possibly another quarterback draw here for Gershio. He does take the snap, looking left, looking right, now going to run up near the line of scrimmage, and a wide open receiver in the end zone, and a breakdown in coverage for the Shepherd secondary, and the receiver on the other end of the field, that's Ray Jackson on the touchdown reception, but a flag down on the far side at about the 30-yard line, right near the line of scrimmage, and Ray Jackson all by himself in the end zone. We'll see if this touchdown holds.
And again, this has to be the 4th touchdown that we've seen this season where the quarterback's broken contain.
Illegal forward pass.
Oh, he was
past the line of scrimmage.
The 5-yard penalty for this 5.
All right, well, you'll forgive the defense for that one, but again, they have just a bad habit of letting their eyes go into the backfield once that quarterback starts scrambling around. You have to stay with your pass responsibility. You have to play pass first. You got to trust those guys up in the front 7 to take care of anything underneath. But this secondary has just had some catastrophic breakdowns on the back end.
Ball back now to the 34-yard line. It looks like the punt team coming out for the Golden Eagles for the first time today. Frankie Pasantino, the 3rd, the punter for the Golden Eagles. Back to return for the Rams. We'll see Batten, who is back there. He won't have to worry about it as he catches it at the 2-yard line or make that the 4-yard line.
And you might say, it probably would have been smart for him to let that ball go over his head, but the punter did a good job of getting a little bit of hang time on there. The punt team did a good job of getting down there and covering the ball, so even if he would have let that ball go, chances were they would have been able to down the ball possibly even closer to the goal line.
Shepherd's 3rd offensive possession of the football game. So starting at their own 4-yard line. It's been their own 25, and now their own 4. So field position not been a friend of the Rams to start this football game. 12:49 remaining in quarter number 2. Shepherd still holding that 7-3 lead. Tight formation, just one receiver. It's Malachi Brown on this near side. Pistol formation. It's Barnett standing in between the A and the R in the end zone. He gets the handoff, goes right up the middle, and Barnett has some room. He's across the 20 to the 25, the 30. Does he have enough steam? He's across midfield. 40, 35, 30. Nobody is going to catch him inside the 10. And how about that? 96 yards for Barnett, and Shepherd takes a 13-3 lead.
Unbelievable run that time by Barnett, but the guy that you got to give all the love to is left tackle Brandon Carr. Did an excellent job of sealing off the defender, creating that lane for Barnett to exploit. Man, oh man, awesome blocks up front. The big guy's trucking down there, and everybody's giving him high fives all across the board. He earned it on that play.
Yeah, I think he's going to get some water real quick on the sideline.
Yeah, wicked block. Good job that time up front.
Little hesitation, a 96-yard sprint. Extra point pending as Barta on. Try to make it a 14-3 lead. Kick is up, and it is good. 12:35 remaining in the second quarter. Shepherd with a 14-3 lead over Clarion. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Jonathan Bodwell Insurance Solutions. We've been serving the Eastern Panhandle with their insurance needs for 20 years. We specialize in Medicare and health insurance plans. Medicare can be scary. We help seniors navigate the Medicare maze and not get taken advantage of by the call centers. We give honest, local advice on your insurance. We're located in the Aiken Center, 304-283-0864.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
Leading the home Clarion Golden Eagles, 12:35 remaining in quarter number 2. Barta sets to kick it off on the ensuing kickoff after maybe the most exciting offensive play we've seen so far this year by the Rams, a 96-yard run for Jordan Barnett.
And Swinehart and Barnett, they are big thumpers, but don't let that fool you. They do certainly have the athleticism and the speed to take it the distance. And a quick correction on that last touchdown call, that was left tackle Jaden Perez that had the big money block on that play that was able to spring Barnett for that touchdown.
25-yard line is where Clarion will start their next offensive possession. We'll see if they're able to finish a drive here. Shepherd has given up some big plays early in drives and then been able to play that bend-don't-break defense, and so far just 3 points for the Clarion Golden Eagles. So far, at least on the scoreboard, Shepherd's defense is doing their job. But when you look at that first half stats, I think they're going to tell another picture.
Certainly a lot of corrections that they're going to have to make at halftime.
Gershio, it looks like Logan Kent in the backfield for the first time today. A little read option, and Gershio going to keep it and wrapped up after a gain of about a yard. Maybe give him 2, but a short gain. Second down coming up.
Gershio a little bit greedy on that play. He had a lane in the middle. If he would have kept going forward, probably would have been able to pick up 2 or 3 more yards, but tried to bounce it outside and go a little bit more. That time his eyes got a little bit too big for him.
2 receivers each side of the formation. Second down and 8 for the Golden Eagles. That is going to be a give to Kent. The first rush for him, and nowhere to go on his first carry of the game. Held up. 3rd and long coming up, and let's see if Shepherd can force their first 3 and out of the game. Kent so far in the season about 3.2 yards a carry, 23 yards a game. Giving Simmons a little break here on this drive. 3 receivers bunched up to the near side. 1 receiver to the far side. Kent swaps Gershio in the backfield. It is going to be Gershio back to pass. Looking left, now looking to run it. Has to move to this near sideline and just throw it away. There was a receiver in the area, and that was Holt Egan, but not able to make the catch as Gershio just had to get rid of it. A lot of pressure on him, and Shepherd forcing their first 3 and out. Going to get the football back.
Shepherd doing a good job of maintaining those rush lane integrity. We saw that last week when the backup quarterback came in. They started getting upfield. They really opened up some lanes to make some plays on that time. And something that's going to be concerning for Clarion, you're starting to see Gershio notice the rush, and you see his eyes dropping down, not so much looking downfield anymore. So Shepherd doing a good job of making him uncomfortable back there in the pocket.
Batten back to receive this punt as Passantino gets it away. Batten pushed back inside the 35-yard line. He does field it. It is returnable. Ooh. And goes to his right, but nowhere to go. Stood up with force at the 33-yard line, and Shepherd with their best field position of the game so far to start a drive.
Brought down by Ippoliti.
was Eugene Hall on the tackle for the Golden Eagles.
Second quarter of our game brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, located at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one. First, Parsons. Three receivers to the far side of the formation. Hardyway drops back to pass, looking across the middle and caught and immediately stood up after a gain of about 4, and that was Nick and Jazier on the reception.
Brought down by Bizel. Pick up a 4 on the play. Brings up a
second down and 6 coming up for the Rams, as they are taking their time. See kind of two contradicting styles of offense so far. Shepherd in the huddle every time, taking their time getting to the line of scrimmage. And we've seen a little mixed bag from Clarion, how they're running the tempo of their offense. Power pistol to this near side, one receiver to the far side. Play action bootleg. It is Hardyway looking over the middle, and that one tipped up in the air, almost intercepted. The intended receiver was Jester, but luckily for Shepherd, that one hits the turf, and a jump ball that could have very easily been intercepted.
Absolutely. Zay Brisbane did a good job. Looked like he was baiting the quarterback on that play. The 6', 195-pound defensive back. He's playing a tight end, so he can kind of play off a little bit and trust his speed to try to make up the difference on that play. So a dangerous throw that time by Hardaway, and Brisbane almost coming up with the interception.
Three receivers to this near side, one to the far side. Third down and 6 for the Rams. It is Swinehart in the backfield with Hardyway. Hardyway drops back to pass, a wheel route for Swinehart, who makes the catch across midfield. First down, Shepherd. A ball that was a little behind Swinehart, made a great adjustment and able to haul it in for the Rams.
That was a running back friendly throw that time from Hardaway. You don't want to put too much steam on the ball. That's going to be tough if you're throwing the ball to a wide receiver, but still, you're looking back into the sun. So Hardaway doing a good job of throwing a user-friendly pass to his running back, and Swinehart able to do the rest to pick up the first down.
Two receivers in the formation. Little hesitation give to Swinehart, and he is able to stumble his way forward, fighting through some tackles. Gain of 2, 2nd and 8 coming up for the Rams. 9:50 on a running second quarter clock here from Western Pennsylvania.
Second down and
again, you like the patience that this Shepherd Ball Club has shown. They're pounding the ball on the ground. Like we said, they got to bring the nasty, and it certainly seems that's they're going to be their approach so far here today, and they've had great success doing it.
Hardyway stands by himself in the backfield. All 4 receivers to the near side. Now Brown going in motion. He's going to start on the run, and that's going to be the intended target is Brown up the far side. Some contact, and there comes the flag, and a pass interference call, the second pass interference on the secondary for Clarion today. And let's move that ball up 15 yards. First down for the Rams.
Griffin Bazell, you had no reason to make that play. The ball was going out of bounds. I understand you're a linebacker. You're matched up on a wide receiver. Good play call that time. Good play design that time by Shepherd to get that matchup and really go after him. But Bazell, you didn't have to make that play. That was an unforced error.
And that was a perfect job of using that sideline as that extra defender.
Yes.
And just not able to utilize that sideline as the extra defender.
And he didn't even need the sideline. The ball was anywhere close, but again, you could tell he was worried. It was a bad matchup in favor of Shepherd on that play. Great play design to create that mismatch, and Bazell just makes a big mistake.
To give to Swinehart up the middle, ball was snapped from the 28. He'll get near the 25. A gain of about 3. Brings up second down and 7.
Gain of 3.
And as we expected, based on what we've seen so far this season, running backs alternating drives, and especially after that 96-yard run for Barnett, he's going to take this one off, and he'll come back out on the next offensive series. So it's going to be Swinehart that stays in on this drive so far. Power pistol look to the right side of the formation. Little read option to give is to Swinehart. He lowers his shoulder, fights through a couple of would-be tacklers near the first down mark, but it's going to be about a half-yard short. Third and short coming up for the Rams.
First down marker.
You see this Rams offensive line just really beginning to surge with confidence. You know, that kind of happens when your running back rips off a 90-plus yard touchdown. So right now doing a good job of imposing their will against that Golden Eagles defense.
They did move the football back about half a yard, so a full 3rd and 1 coming up for the Rams. Barnett back in the ball game, and a whistle on this near side.
So I don't know if they were able to get that timeout in time, but that has to be an illegal substitution with the lineman just running on the field there at the last minute. So
I don't see a flag. I also don't see either team going to their sideline saying the timeout was given.
that's okay. Just no explanation on that.
Also, no referee standing over the ball, allowing that substitution to be made. Let's try that 3rd and 1 again.
Yeah, we're just going to pretend that play didn't happen.
All right, everybody blink a couple times. Let's do this again. Barnett in the backfield to give his to Barnett. He is stood up right at the line of scrimmage. They're going to say he didn't even get back to the line of scrimmage, and a loss of 1 brings up a 4th down and 2, and not many people are going to stand up Jordan Barnett like that.
And again, you could tell Clarion they were ready for that play, and Shepherd maybe having some nightmares left over from their 4th down attempts from last week. This time not going to tempt fate and let their kicker go out there and see what he can do.
Barta, a couple of missed kicks last week, hit the upright on 1. This one, a 38-yard kick. It is up, and this one looks good, and it is. Max Barta, 38-yard field goal, 17-3. The Rams lead with 7:29 remaining in quarter number 2. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Someone asked me, who's the brains behind Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers?
And what did you say?
I said it was a team effort. Everyone works together to win for our clients.
Well, that's true and very noble of you.
But I could still beat you in cornhole.
You're on. If you're hurt and almost heaven, dial the 7s. 304-777-7777.
SkinnerWins.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Randolph and Kent back to receive the ensuing kickoff following a 38-yard kick by Max Barta. 17-3. Shepherds leave this one a bouncer inside the 10. Goes back into the end zone and out of bounds. Touchback. That ball will come out to the 25-yard line, and what could have been a big turn of events there for the Rams and for Clarion. Instead, a touchback. And we'll see what Clarion can do down by 14 points with about half of the second quarter remaining.
Like I always say, if you can't kick it far, kick it weird.
Yep.
You never know what's going to happen.
First down and 10. Ball at the far hash. Curcio in the shotgun formation. It's Simmons in the backfield with him. Receiver in motion. Give his to Simmons right up the middle. The gain of a couple. That'll bring up second down and 7 as I give him a gain of 3 on that run up the gut.
Good run stop that time by Will Johnson. He was shaken up earlier in today's game, but seems to have rebounded quite well. He came up there and lowered the boom on the running back.
2 receivers to each side of the formation. 4 down linemen rushing for Shepherd. A quick out, and that's Simmons with the catch. Stood up, but is able to roll off a 1 tackle and lean forward, and we'll see if they give him the first down. It was close. Nope, they're going to say a couple of yards short, maybe just a yard on that final spot, bringing up a 3rd down and 1.
And both of these teams seem to be having success with those swing routes out to the running back out there on the edge. You're so concerned about what's going to happen in the middle of the field. Sometimes you're a little bit softer on the edge, and both offenses looking to take advantage.
6:40 remaining on the second quarter clock. Ball on that far hash, 3rd down and 1, and some movement and a timeout by Shepherd head coach, or Shepherd defensive coordinator Josh Klein, I should say. Let's send it back to the studio. We'll take a 30-second break as well. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
There's a new seafood place in town. It rocks crab cake sandwich, the 70% real crab meat.
They're ahead. It's a race between Rock's delicious chicken sandwich and delicious burger to see which is best. And the winner is, get both.
.634 remaining before halftime. Shepherd on the road leading Clarion 17-3. Shepherd looking for their first victory of the season. Clarion looking to stay undefeated. 3rd down and 1 coming up for the Golden Eagles in a drive that they need to at least take some time off the clock, because right now Shepherd's offense moving the ball pretty well.
And again, Clarion, they started off the game, looked like that offense was going to continue rolling. Like we've mentioned, they've averaged nearly 38 points per game, so they can move the ball and they can put up points in bunches, but so far just stalling out once they get inside the red zone.
Dove in motion. It's going to be a pass for Gershio right across the middle. It's Holt Egan once again across the middle, number 19, a first down into Ram territory, and Holt Egan having himself a day on slant routes across the middle.
And he's just a big target, 6'3", 195 pounds, redshirt senior, and he knows how to use that big frame coming off of a game last week where he was a bigger target for the Golden Eagles. 5 catches for 87 yards last week.
Little read option. It's Gershio that keeps it, and he is stood up right at the line of scrimmage. That'll bring up a 2nd down and 10, and you're talking about Holt Egan. 2 touchdowns for him on the season so far, and pretty much on par with what we've seen today. He's averaging about 18 yards per reception.
And really no good matchup in that Shepherd secondary for him. Again, 6'3", nearly 200 pounds. He's a big guy.
Gershio right across the middle. Is that Dove with the reception? It is, and that's enough to move the chains near the 30-yard line. They're going to give him the 31-yard line, and this is where Clarion has been able to move the ball pretty consistently today. This is also where they begin to stall their offense. At least what we've seen today. Let's see what they do with the rest of this drive. 1st down and 10 from the 31-yard line. Gershio going to take it himself up the middle with no receivers open. He's inside the 25, down to the 24. That'll bring up a 2nd down and 3.
Good job that time by Fluke. Just good pursuit. Not too often you see a big body defensive lineman able to track down Gershio from behind. And you can see that Shepherd defense, they're making him nervous in the pocket. He's had happy feet here early on in the first half.
2 receivers to each side of the formation. Williams and Dove on this side. Give up the middle, that is to Simmons. He breaks a couple of tackles. He's inside the 20 to the 15-yard line, finally taken down at the 14, and the Golden Eagles in the red zone. And Shepherd's defense looking a little tired right now as Simmons able to bounce off a couple of tacklers.
And Simmons, I'm not sure why they took him out of the game. He started off red hot. They took him out. The offense stalled. You put him back in the game, and he's getting chunk plays for you up the middle. Keep him in the game. Stick with the hot hand.
3 receivers far side of the formation, 1 to the short side. Shotgun formation. The give is to Simmons. Up the middle. Breaks the tackle. He's into the end zone. Touchdown Clarion, this one from 14 yards out, and Shepherd's lead cut 17-9. Extra point upcoming, trying to make it a 7-point ball game. And once again, Simmons just breaking tackles on his way into the end zone.
And nothing fancy. The defense and run game, running in those A gaps, really trying to put a lot of pressure on those inside linebackers to, one, shut those blocks and then make a tackle. And that time Simmons was able to burst up the middle and get the touchdown.
Curtis on for the extra point. Looked like it came a little funny off his foot. That's pressure coming from the far side, but it is up and good. 4:15 remaining before half. Shepherd's lead cut to 7. It's 17-10. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Beck & Matsurif Law Offices. 50 years experience. No fees unless we collect money for you. Always here to help you. Any questions? lawpbm.com.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors. And good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, Owners just care more about you.
Return up the middle, and it's Kaiser with the return, and a shoestring tackle by the kicker. That's Curtis saving what would have been a kickoff return touchdown, but either way, great field position for the Rams with 4:07 remaining before halftime. Lead for Shepherd 17-10 after a touchdown run by...
And I think it's just a lesson that Clarion special teams unit is going to have to learn. You do not want to kick it deep to Carrington Nickens-Yazir. The explosive 5'9", 170-pound freshman has certainly made his impact early on this season.
Yeah, Colin Simmons was one with that touchdown run for Clarion. Pistol formation, power pistol to the near side for the Rams. Hardyway, a little play action, a quick swing pass out to Malachi Brown off of his hands, and you could see him start to look upfield before that ball all the way into his hands. 2nd down and 10 for the Rams, and they've got to capitalize in this field position just inside their own territory at the 49.
And I don't blame Malachi Brown for growing alligator arms on that play. That's what wide receivers call murder balls on that one. Hardaway not doing his wide receivers any favor, hanging that ball up on the sideline, and I could imagine the only thing Malachi Brown is thinking is that corner is coming crashing down, just staring at his ribs.
Brown coming in motion, 2 receivers to each side. Hardyway looking right and nowhere to go, and he is swallowed up in the backfield on that sack. 55. Let's go with Isaac Kim on the sack.
Isaac Kim coming off of a good game last week. 4 tackles, 2 of those solo, including a sack. Can certainly make his presence felt in the backfield. And again, to start off a drive with such great field position and a lot of momentum, they've been in reverse here early on.
3rd down and 18, and we'll see what Shepherd offensive coordinator Rob Ambrose has dialed up for his 3rd down and 15 plus on the playbook. Hardaway back to pass, looking right. He is going to dump it off. That is Lanza with the catch, and he is inside the 45, down near that 1st down marker, but not going to be enough. Brings up a 4th down for the Rams.
I like it. Get it to the big fella.
Yep.
That tight end, man, he's doing a good job setting down in those wide open zones and giving his quarterback a big target to throw the ball to. So now 4th and manageable. Looks like Shepherd's going to go punt, but certainly had an option or, at least an opportunity to consider to go for it.
Would have been 4th down and 4 if they decided to go for it, but maybe a little memory of last week on some 4th down issues.
Been traumatized.
Yeah, just a bit. Deshaun Alexander on to punt the football away, and that one is going to bounce about 2 yards into the end zone for a touchback, and we'll see what Clarion can do. 2:40 remaining before halftime. Clarion down 17-10. They get the football to start the second half. So a 2-for-1 opportunity here for the Golden Eagles. And if you're Shepherd, you got to be aware of that and go, all right, we got to at least hold them, if nothing else, to a field goal if they get down on that end of the field. You can't afford back-to-back touchdowns because you could have a 21-point swing here on 3 possessions for Clarion.
And you can see that Shepherd has made a slight adjustment on the interior of that D-line. They have Baxter. They've moved Muley back inside. During his last stint with Shepherd, he played inside before they moved him outside, but now being flanked by Fluke on the outside. But seems Shepherd having to address that interior line.
The give to Simmons. He looking for a crease, nowhere to go, able to lean forward for just about a yard. 2nd and 9 coming up on a running second quarter clock. We're inside 2:30 at 2:23, 2:22. This is the first time we've really seen Clarion take their time, and we'll see if they're going to wait for that 2-minute stoppage. Empty backfield for Gershio. 3 receivers to this near side, a tight end and a receiver to the far side. 205, 204. Sends that tight end in motion. That is the snap. A quick look to the right, nowhere to go. Gershio able to tuck it, and now fires across the middle, and who else? Holt Egan with the 1st down as he catches it and stumbles forward to the 40-yard line. 1st down, Clarion, and a stoppage of play as we are inside that 2-minute mark. Let's send it back to the studio. We'll take a 60-second break. 1:55 left in the first half. Shepherd leading Clarion 17-10. This is Ram football on TV 10.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
1:55 remaining in the first half. Shepherd leading Clarion 17-10. Matt Crawford, Travis Smith here with you for TV10's coverage of Shepherd Ram football. Clarion 3-0. Shepherd looking for their first win of the season, 0-2. 1st and 10. Clarion at their own 40-yard line. Gershio brings a man in motion. He's going to keep it himself on a little read option. Little stutter step goes up the middle across the 45. Bounces to this near side. Inside Shepherd territory to the 46-yard line. And another Golden Eagle first down. And his feet must have run about a mile on that play. They never stop moving.
Such a quick twitch athlete back there. The signal caller for the Golden Eagles, Gershio. And you can tell he really likes running to his right, so you're going to have to make that adjustment on defense. You're going to have to start setting some pressure from that defensive left and make him go to his offhand side because he's way too comfortable breaking contain and working that right side of the offensive side of the field.
Empty backfield with Gershio. 5 receivers lined out wide. He's going to look to the left to start. Now nowhere to go. Once again, tucking and run. Now backing near the line of scrimmage and just gets it away before a pretty big hit by that Shepherd defense. 2nd down and 10 coming up from the 46.
See Shepherd using a stunt up front, just trying to create some type of pressure back there on the quarterback. And again, you want to try to keep him contained, but I think more importantly than that, you don't want to allow him to escape to his right because that's when he has been dangerous. He went past the line of scrimmage early on where you're able to throw the touchdown pass that got called back, but just a dangerous threat when he's able to escape to his right.
Clearing all 3 of their timeouts left in the first half. Shepherd has used 1, so they have 2 remaining. 1:40 remaining on that first half clock. 17-10, Shepherd leads. Gershio drops back to pass, looking down the middle, going deep now down the middle, and that one is caught for a touchdown. How did he come up with it? That is a Jaquan Williams on the touchdown reception to him. Regardless, Clarion now just an extra point away from tying this ball game up.
That was Minka there in coverage. And a physical matchup, a pretty good matchup, physically speaking. Minka, 6'1", 183 pounds, going up against the 6-foot wide receiver. But that time the wide receiver just had better concentration and pulls that one again. And Gershio, when he has that time in the pocket, a very accurate passer.
Curtis extra point up and good, and we are tied at 17. 1:33 remaining in quarter number 2. 30-second break back at the station. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV10.
Hey, it's Cody from Cody's Auto Body.
You're a potty mouth.
But we do a really great job fixing cars after an accident.
I know, but you're still a potty mouth.
I'm possibly the best friend you could ever have.
You are, but potty mouth.
If you need your car repaired, come to Cody's Auto Body, located at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Because that's Cody's with a T for f***ing trust.
See? Potty mouth.
Leave me alone.
17 all with 1:33 remaining before the half. Clarion, back-to-back touchdown drives to tie this one up. Shepherd some time and 2 timeouts left before half, so definitely some room to work with. We'll see what the ensuing drive looks like for the Rams. But right now, all the momentum with the home Golden Eagles. You knew it was just a matter of time before Clarion started to get some of those drives going and they were going to turn into points.
And Jaquan Williams, again, continuing the hot trend, coming off of a big game last week versus Clarion. Had 5 catches for 71 yards and a touchdown.
That kickoff short, caught by one of the upmen on that return, is number 85. That's Lown.
Lown, the tight end. He played a lot last week versus Slippery Rock. He had 1 catch for 4 yards, but really did a good job as far as blocking. So we saw multiple tight ends coming into the game last week for Shepherd, and it really ignited that run game against a very stout Slippery Rock defense.
Gets the ball up to the 27-yard line near side hash. That's where Shepherd will start this offensive possession. Empty backfield for Hardyway. 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side tight end. On that far side of the formation, Hardyway back to pass. He looks right, some pressure on the backside, able to avoid it. Steps up, finds a receiver. That one off the hands of the intended receiver. That was Batten on this near side. 2nd down and 10 coming up. Good job of Hardyway just to avoid the initial contact and get that ball away.
Absolutely. Again, we've seen Shepherd the past couple of drives have first downs, haven't been hitting on much. But avoiding disaster on that play. Not only did he not get sacked, he didn't turn the ball over. You can see that defender did a good job of chopping at the ball, just narrowly missed.
One big thing to remember here is Clarion still has all 3 of their timeouts, so not even a situation here where Shepherd can try to sit on it or run the football a little bit and get into halftime. They're going to have to play this out. Hardyway back to pass in the shotgun formation. Looks across the middle. That one caught, and that's Lanza. And that's enough for the first down across the 35 and the 40 up to the 41-yard line. And a fresh set of downs for the Rams.
And that's going to open things up on the edge. When you start going to your tight end like that, it's going to open up things for your wide receivers.
Quick snap for Hardyway. He rolls to his right, and a wide open catch. That one moving up the field on that far side with the reception. That is Grant Swinehart out of the backfield. And a first down Rams as they're into Golden Eagle territory.
And his second big catch so far today. So the running back starting to get into the pass game.
Had that wheel route in the first quarter. And Shepherd now going to slow down the pace a little bit as we are nearing a minute remaining, 1 minute and 2 on that second quarter clock. First down and 10. Shepherd at the 36-yard line. 3 receivers to this near side. Shotgun formation, Swinehart in the backfield with Hardyway. Hardyway drops back to pass. Looking left, he's going to go deep. The intended receiver is Ashby, and he makes the catch! And a beautiful toss from 36 yards out. That's Mike Hardyway to Caden Ashby. Make that Jaden Ashby, and the Rams regain the lead.
That time, Zay Brisbane caught in a bad spot as Ashby's able to split those safeties and get behind them. And again, we have had an offensive explosion here late in the second quarter. Both defenses having a difficult time establishing a foothold.
Max Barta on for the extra point. Make it a 7-point lead for the Rams. Snap, hold, kick is up, and it is good. 57 seconds left before halftime. Shepherd regains the lead by 7, 24-17. 30-second break back at the studio. We're back. After this is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows. Whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
Welcome back into Memorial Stadium. Our Shepherd Ram football coverage brought to you all season long by Smallwood and Small Insurance Agency, your total insurance solution, located at 1250 Edward Miller Boulevard, Suite 301 in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-3361. 57 seconds left in the first half, and we've, as you said, Travis, just seen an outburst of offense in the last few minutes. Shepherd leads 24-17. Let's see if their defense can hold that lead going into halftime. Barta on for the kickoff. Randolph and Kent, the 2 return men for the Golden Eagles. That will go into the end zone. And Clarion will start this offensive drive at the 25-yard line.
And we've been talking about chemistry early on this season, and we're starting to see that materialize in today's game. And most of the time when we're talking about chemistry, it's more on field between the players, between the quarterbacks and wide receivers. But my man Dylan Bishop brought up an excellent point. Offensive coordinator for Shepherd, Rob Ambrose, you're starting to see him develop chemistry with his players. He's starting to see what guys can do, what their strengths are, and how he can best use them. So you're starting to see the coaches getting a little bit more comfortable with the pieces that they have out there on the field.
Gershio in the shotgun formation, 2 receivers each side of the formation. Simmons out of the backfield, was open for a moment, nowhere to go with it. Gershio going to tuck it, and now finds a receiver near that first down marker, and that is going to be caught, that catch by Ray Jackson on the near side of the football field up to the 39-yard line, and a fresh set of downs for the Golden Eagles. Quick snap, Gershio looking over the middle now. A quick out on a curl route. Egan fell down, but able to
good tackle.
Get his wits about him and make that catch.
Well,
a quick timeout.
Brought down by Ennis.
A timeout taken by Clarion, and I don't know how Holt Egan was able to get to his feet and make that catch. He was on his belly when that ball came out of Gershio's right hand.
Said it was all part of the play design on that
That's
one.
exactly how we drew it up in practice on Tuesday.
And good job by Ennis just bringing down the big body wide receiver.
So you talk about undefeated streaks, and right now, I'm not sure you'd call 3-0 a streak, but we're going to go with it for the sake of argument. Clarion 3-0 on the season, but looking for their first ever win against the Shepherd Rams in this series history. Shepherd owns a 5 wins to 0 loss record against the Golden Eagles. These teams first played in the 98 season. It was a Shepherd win 7-0. Following season, a 27-20 win for Shepherd. And then more recently, when it became conference play, 2019, Shepherd got the win 40-24. 2021, a 55-0 slaughter. Shepherd beating Clarion. And then most recently, last season, Shepherd with the win, a 27-9. So not only is Clarion trying to stay undefeated, but they're trying to snap an undefeated streak of Shepherd playing the Golden Eagles. Second down and a 5 coming up for Clarion. A quarterback draw right up the middle. And that's a first down for Gershio and more into Shepherd territory down to the 43-yard line. And once again, Clarion moving the ball at will offensively.
And he's lived on this side of the field. Like he's working exclusively to the right. Send some pressure from the defensive left.
Shepherd had one extra receiver or one extra defender on the field, but he was able to get off just in time. On that reception on the slant across the middle, that was Devon Jones, and now inside the red zone, or right at that red zone mark, the 20-yard line for Clarion, 24 seconds on that first quarter clock. Gershio drops back to pass, looks left, and that one's batted down at the line of scrimmage. Muley, whose name we called a lot last week, first time we've called his name today. Second down and 10, 19 seconds remaining before halftime.
So far, he's been the only Shepherd Ram to collect a sack this season. He has 2 coming into today's game. And that's tough to do when you're going up against mobile quarterbacks. But sometimes when you can't get pressure and you know the ball's coming out quickly, the best thing a defensive lineman can do is get his big hand up there. And that's what Muley was able to do on that play and forcing Clarion into a 2nd and 10.
The entire playbook open with 2 timeouts for Clarion as Dove gets the sweep on the left side. And make that Jones getting the sweep to the left side. Gets near that first down marker. Looks like about a half-yard short. That'll bring up a 3rd and short and a timeout again on the field by Clarion.
And Devon Jones, he's just a hard guy to keep track of. 5'9", 150-pound redshirt sophomore. And he's got wheels for days. Didn't play last week versus Shippensburg, but has had a good season here so far. 8 catches for 75 yards and 2 touchdowns coming into today's contest, and certainly looming large down the stretch of this first half.
Clarion using their 2nd timeout of the half with 13 seconds remaining before halftime. Coming up at halftime, it is the halftime scoreboard show. We will send it back to Kyler High, and he'll give you some scores from around Division II football, around the PSAC, the Mountain East, and some Division I scores as well. We'll have some recap and analysis for you, as well as first half stats, all that coming up in our halftime scoreboard show, but still a big 13 seconds left in this first half. 3rd down and 1 coming up for the Golden Eagles. And with it being before the half, do you take the points here if you're stopped, or do you go for it on 4th down and 1. I'm not sure how much time you're going to have left for that 4th down play, so I'd imagine you're just taking points here, especially given the fact you're going to get the ball back to start second half.
There's no reason to force it. The momentum's on your side. You're going to the halftime with a little bit of juice behind you. Yeah, take the points.
Gershio by himself in the shotgun formation. Looking right, he's got a man. Once again, that's Jones. He has avoided a couple tackles inside the 5-yard line. Gets tackled at the 3. 1st and goal coming up. 7 seconds remaining before the half. And the final timeout used by Clarion.
You know, in basketball, when you watch it on TV, how they have the shot charts and you see where the players missed shots or made shots. If you had a similar shot chart for the throws and plays that Gershio has made, it will be exclusively on the right side of the field. I mean, he is super right-handed. Everything he's doing, he's running to the right, he's throwing to the right. The defense has got to recognize that and make some type of adjustment and see if he can throw the ball to the left side of the field. See if he can run it to the left side of the field.
And not only the right side of the field, how about the right middle of the field? How many slant routes have we seen completed, especially slant routes completed for over 10 yards?
Yes.
It has been a quick release offense or Gershio pulling it and running it. He's done a great job avoiding pressure all day today. Shepherd getting there. A lot of times on just a 4-man rush, but Gershio able to avoid that pressure, and if nothing else, just get the football away and live to see another down.
And just quick enough to extend plays, and we know that has been a problem spot for that Shepherd defense is, one, maintaining your discipline once that quarterback breaks contain and extends the play.
No timeouts left for Clarion, so it's got to be a couple of plays in the end zone. And
they were short a man. How are you going to leave that guy open? You had old Egan standing on the left side of the field. I know Shepherd wanted to take away the right, but maybe that was a little bit of an overcorrection. They left Egan wide open on that left sideline.
Can't wait to see what Egan's stat line is in the first half of this one. He has had a heck of a football game. We talked about him earlier, and averaging 69 yards a game. He's got to be close to that, if not beyond that, and about 18 yards per reception. He's probably averaging a little bit more than that on the day today.
So you're saying that you would start him on your fantasy team?
And quick work on that one. 5 receptions, 103 yards for Egan so far. So heck of a game for him so far in the first half.
Absolutely. And again, it's a difficult matchup. He's a 6'3", nearly 200-pound wide receiver, redshirt freshman, so he knows how to use that big frame. But he's also been doing it with athleticism and good route running, so just a polished product out there on the edge. And so far, Shepherd has yet to have an answer for the big guy.
See what Clarion offensive coordinator Larry Wilson in his first season has drawn up here. Got a couple of shots in the end zone if you make them quick. 7 seconds left, pistol formation. Gershio awaiting that snap. One receiver each side of the formation. A little option route, and it's Simmons taking it in from 2 yards out. And Clarion once again an extra point away from tying up this football game. And what a heck of a call there on a true option on where? The right side.
Where else? Where else would it be? But nothing fancy, just a speed option to that right. And again, you have a mobile quarterback and you're down that close to the goal line. They're a problem anywhere on the field, but it's even more of a problem down that close to the goal line. And again, Gershio just pressing his advantage that time, making that defense commit to him. Throws the pitch out. Good job of the running back collecting it cleanly and running in for that touchdown. And again, you're starting to see this Clarion offense showing what they're capable of. And this Rams defense going to have their hands full here at halftime. They're going to have to figure some things out.
Yeah, how about 48 total points in the first half so far, 4 seconds left. We're just going to keep it right here with halftime coming up here in just a moment. I want to remind you that coming up at halftime, our halftime scoreboard show will have scores from around the PSAC, the Mountain East, and some Division I scores as well. Well, this is the game that we probably expected. 3-0 Clarion. Shepherd, whose offense looked pretty good last week. Definitely, and had spurts of looking good against Frostburg. You expected both teams to look good offensively. And from the looks of it, it's going to come down to who has the football last in this second half. Some big adjustments needed, I think, on both sides of the or both sidelines, I should say, defensively.
And Shepherd coming into today's game, giving up over 30 points per game. Like we mentioned, Clarion averaging just shy of 38 points per game. So you knew it was going to be a high-scoring game. And in a shootout, that's going to favor Clarion so far the way this season has been turning out. But Shepherd able to have some big plays of their own.
That ball punched through the hands of the front return man up at the 22-yard line. Looking to see a number on that. Looks like we got a 26 on that front man. That is Ian Malden. Luckily able to jump on it. Takes 2 seconds off the clock, and you'd imagine Shepherd's just going to sit on this one and go into the halftime break tied at 24.
You've been running the ball with good success, so
you've seen one long one, bro.
There you go. You know, why not? The wind is at your back. Take a shot.
And right now, looking with Malachi Brown deep in the backfield, that is what Shepherd is going to do. And for the first time today, under center. And it's going to be to take a knee. And we are through 2 quarters of play here from Memorial Stadium in Clarion, Pennsylvania, and all tied up at 24. Halftime break coming up next. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Yeah, Robbie, there's a chill in the air, and with fall settling in, it's the perfect time to soak, sweat, and save at Floor Pools. Robbie knows wellness starts at home. Imagine the stress melting away in a Caldera spa with warm hypotherapy jets easing sore muscles, improving circulation, and helping you sleep better. Regular spa sessions can reduce tension, boost mood, and support overall relaxation. Right now, on select Caldera spas, you could save up to $1,500. And don't forget the other half of Total Body Wellness, a Tilo sauna. Regular sauna sessions can boost circulation, support detoxification, ease muscle tension, and promote deep relaxation. For a limited time on select Tilo saunas, you could save up to $1,000. But here's where it gets even better. Robbie says when you bundle a Caldera spa and a Tilo sauna, the savings go even deeper, and your wellness routine gets even further. Act now. These savings disappear after September 29th. Stop by Floor Pools today in Chambersburg, Hagerstown, or Martinsburg, and let Robbie the Duck guide you to better health, more relaxation, and incredible savings. For details and to explore our full selection, visit floorpools.com. That's Floor Pools, where wellness begins at home.
Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti.
If you've been injured in a car accident, there are 3 things you need to know.
1, do not discuss your accident with an insurance company before you talk to a lawyer.
2, on average, car accident victims with a lawyer get over 3 times more money than those without one.
And 3, at Mansion Ferretti, if we don't win, you don't pay us, guaranteed. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
There's a new seafood place in town. Get Rock's Crab Cake Sandwich with 70% real crab meat.
They're a hit. It's a race between Rock's delicious chicken sandwich and delicious burger to see which is best. And the winner is, get both.
Girl Avery Soltez with majorette captains Ashley Paulisic.
Welcome back into Memorial Stadium. We're in Clarion, Pennsylvania, where we are tied at the half, 24 apiece, in what was a second quarter where the defense could have just stayed on the sideline for all intents and purposes. It was an offensive outburst in that second quarter. Both teams trading field goals, trading touchdowns, trading everything, and right now in the locker rooms for halftime, tied at 24, and we'll get into some of the big stats later on in the halftime scoreboard show, but just the big thing that stands out to you as you're looking through the stat sheet quickly, how about 371 yards for Clarion and 306 yards for Shepherd? Those are game stats we've now seen in the first half.
Absolutely, and we knew both teams were really going to try to make their hay running the ball. I think the biggest surprise in today's game is the passing attack from the Clarion Golden Eagles. So far, 264 yards, 15 of 21 passing. Gershio has just been shredding that Shepherd secondary. They're going to have to figure out some answers because they're kind of stuck in a hard spot. Because if they blitz, that's going to open up some running lanes for Gershio to pull the ball down and run it. But if they stay back in coverage, we've seen they can't really stop them.
So far in this one, a touchdown in the first drive of the game for Shepherd. It was a 10-play, 75-yard drive. That was a batting touchdown reception from Mike Hardyway in the first quarter, as well a 28-yard field goal for Andrew Curtis, 7-3 after 1 quarter of play. In the second quarter was a 96-yard run for Jordan Barnett to give Shepherd the lead again at a bigger lead again, I should say, at 14-3, and then a Max Barta field goal, 17-3 at that point. At the 17-3 mark, you're thinking, okay, this is a big time in this game where Shepherd can either put the hammer down a little more, or this is going to be the time where Clarion has to score a touchdown, and they did just that. It was a 15-yard rush by Simmons. It would make it 17-10, a 3-and-out, and a 46-yard pass from to Jaton Williams from Gercio. That a 5-play, 80-yard drive taking just a minute and 7 seconds, tied at 17. And then let's trade some touchdowns here. 36-yard touchdown pass from Hardyway to Ashby. That taking just 36 seconds off the clock. And with 57 seconds left in the first half, you're thinking, all right, what is Clarion going to do here? How about an 8-play, 75-yard drive that took just 53 seconds off the clock? Speed option is near side. It's Simmons once again finding the end zone, this time from 2 yards out, 24 apiece as we go into halftime. All right, that is going to wrap it up for our portion of the halftime show. Time to send it back to the studio for the scoreboard show. That with Kyler High. He'll take a look at scores from around Division II, the PSAC, the Mountain East, as well as some Division I scores as well. When we get back from the scoreboard show, we'll give you some individual stats and set you up for the second half of this one. 24 apiece. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Providing reliable protection since 1877, we are Farmers and Mechanic Insurance Companies. For over a century, we have been dedicated to provide dependable insurance protection and excellent customer service. We specialize in auto, home, farm, and business insurance. Our products are backed with personal, hands-on service. You can trust us to protect what matters most to you. For all of your insurance needs, there's Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Companies.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
You feel that in the air? The precision passes of expletives thrown from a jersey-clad warrior to his TV, his dog, or anyone that'll listen. It's time for tailgating and showing off those parking lot picnics. Just remember, when you come out of the fourth quarter to 5 new dents, remember Cody's Auto Body is your MVP. I can erase those dents, just not the memory of your team's awful record. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body. That's Cody's with a T for f***ing trust.
Fort Evans Archery of Inwood is your local full-service archery pro shop with sales and setup, maintenance, repairs, and sight-ins. Fort Evans Archery is a full-stocking dealer for all your favorites like Hoyt, Matthews, Elite, Bowtech, Mission, and Bear, with crossbows from Raven, 10-Point, Barnett, and Excalibur. And Fort Evans Archery has a sight range out to 60 yards. Fort Evans Archery, 998 Ardenelville Road, Suite 2, Inwood, open Tuesday to Friday, 10 a.m. until 6, Saturdays 9:30 to 4. FortEvansArchery.com.
Welcome into the halftime show presented by Rosedale Funeral Home and Cemetery. As your Shepherd score, it is 24-all at halftime with a very back-and-forth game. It's very interesting around the area. With PSAC scores, you have a couple games going on right now. You have California, PA playing Lock Haven, and California is beating Lock Haven 35-6 in the fourth quarter with 7 minutes and 7 seconds to go. Apologies. You also have Kutztown, number 5 Kutztown beating Gannon 39-7. Also in the fourth quarter with 7 minutes and 44 seconds to go. You also have a couple games that started at 2 o'clock. Those 2 games before Shepherd started at 12. Shepherd started at 1, only game in the PSAC to do so. You had 3 games start at 2, which included Edinburgh and Bloomsburg. who has scored 7-8 against Edinboro. Edinboro is winning right now, 8-7. Apologies. Another game that also started at 2 was Westchester versus Sinton Hill. Westchester is beating Sinton Hill as of right now 13-3. Another 2 o'clock game that has not started or at least been kept up to date with is Millersville versus IUP. And that is all for the PSAC. Later on tonight, you have Slippery Rock versus Shippensburg at 6 p.m. That will be held at Slippery Rock Stadium. In the Mountain State Conference, or the Mountain East, apologies, you have a couple games going on. As of right now, you have most games are at halftime, as it is being reported. Fairmont State is winning 14-7 against Wheeling University. You also have Frostburg State and West Liberty tied at 7-all in the halftime. You have Concord beating Charleston with the start of the second quarter. Another game that's also at halftime is West Virginia State beating West Virginia Wesleyan 24-7. That is your Mountain East scores. Tonight for WV football, they will play Kansas at 6 p.m., and then Marshall plays at 7 also. Let me get who they play against. I apologize. You have Marshall versus Middle Tennessee at 7 p.m. Other D1 games that you have is Texas Tech right now. Texas Tech is playing number 16 Utah, and they are winning currently. Texas Tech is winning, 10-3. Another game you got going on is Maryland versus Wisconsin. Maryland is winning that game in the third quarter with 20-3. Also, another interesting game is at halftime, Syracuse is beating Clemson 24-14. That is probably going to cause some controversy. Also in the third quarter, you have Louisville beating Bowling Green 27-3. Later on today, at 3:30 of JMU versus Liberty in the Battle of the Blue Ridge Bowl. That's going to be an interesting game with some local teams that just got moved up to FBS D1. That has been everybody around. You also, like you saw, 24-24, Shepherd and Clarion playing against each other in a hard battle back and forth against each other, and it should be a good one. It's probably going to be a shootout for the rest of the game. Hopefully Shepherd can keep it up and get away with the win. That has been your scoreboard halftime show for Division II football. I'm Kyler High with WRNR TV 10.
Beckman Surf Law Offices. 50 years experience. No fees unless we collect money for you. Always here to help you. Any questions? lawpbm.com.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car
Beckman Surf Law Offices. 50 years experience.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Insurance companies like to play games. They say they're on your side, but they aren't. We have a team that can handle any curveball they throw. At Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, you get a dedicated lawyer, and every case gets a team effort. So you get nearly 150 combined years of experience going to bat for you. And we like to win. Join the team that takes your personal injury case seriously. Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson. We play hardball.
And we welcome you back into the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime. Halftime brought to you by the Mansion Freddie Law Firm in Martinsburg. Word is about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. All right, let's take a look at some stats in the first half. We went over a couple of them right after the first break, but tied at 24 in terms of team stats. Rushing yards, 107 for Clarion, 124 for Shepherd. You look at that and go, you know what? That's pretty darn good. And while the 96-yard run for Jordan Barnett was good, slightly concerning that 96 of those 124 rushing yards came on one play. One thing we talked about was the two-headed monster of the Shepherd running game, and Travis, that we just haven't quite seen that consistently today yet.
But one thing I always look at when Shepherd's running the ball, it's not so much the yards that they're getting, it's the amount of attempts. And I think the fact that they have 17 attempts here early on in the game, I think bodes well for Shepherd because it helps out so many things. Most importantly, it keeps that Clarion offense on the sidelines. So it may not be gaudy as far as yards per carry outside of that 96-yard run, but it points to good things for that Shepherd offense because it keeps them on schedule and sets up their play-action pass.
17 carries for 170 yards overall for the Clarion offense. So let's look some individual stats in this one, starting with the Shepherd Rams. Jordan Barnett on the ground, we talked about it, 10 rushes, 113 yards and 1 touchdown, averaging 11.3 a carry. Again, a lot of that is on that 96-yard touchdown run, so those numbers are a little skewed when you look at the average and you look at the overall. The big run, needed that run. It's the reason we're tied up right now, or part of the reason we're tied up right now. But again, the 96, a big portion of that. Grant Swinehart, just 4 carries in this ball game so far, 15 yards on the ground, and he's about 3.8 a carry. Throwing the football, Mike Hardyway, 13 for 17, 182 yards, 2 touchdowns. Throwing the ball pretty well today. Threw one ball that we thought, oh boy, this one's looking like it's going to be intercepted. But other than that, has done a pretty good job being safe with that football.
And again, pounding the football. I think that's critical to setting up the pass for Shepherd. So not so much that yards per carry or having just an overly productive running game, but the fact that they're sticking with it is only going to help out that passing game.
Anthony Gershio for Clarion, the leading rusher, like he has been all season. 7 carries for 52 yards. He's averaging about 7.4 a pop. If you're Shepherd's defense, that number's got to come down drastically in the second half.
Absolutely. Again, Clarion running the ball, throwing the ball. They're gashing the defense. You got to try to figure out a way to stop the bleeding and establish some type of foothold here in the second half.
Kalen Simmons, 7 carries, 42 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He is running the ball at about 6 yards a pop. Gershio through the air, 15 for 21, 264 yards, and 1 touchdown. On the outside, Holt Egan. We talked about him a bunch in the first half. You heard his name a lot and saw the number 19 coming up with the football a lot, especially on slants across the middle in that first half. 5 receptions, 103 yards, and how about 30 of those yards coming after the catch. He's been able to catch the ball and turn up the field and run a little bit.
Exactly, and like we mentioned, he has 5 catches, but he's been targeted 9 times. So Clarion knows where their bread is being buttered. They're feeding their big senior wide receiver, and it's been paying dividends.
Absolutely. Elsewhere on the outside, Devon Jones, 4 targets, 4 receptions, 63 yards, and 11 yards after catch for him. And then Simmons out of the backfield, adding another 18 yards on the receiving end. Defensively for Shepherd, Nathan Muley, 5 tackles leading the Rams. And then Jody Tolbert and Makai Young with 4 behind him. For the Golden Eagles defensively, Griffin Buzzle is 9 tackles leading all tacklers on the field right now. Adriana Torres, 3 tackles. Cameron Thomas, 3, and Dylan Tingle with 3 as well for the Golden Eagles. All right, we're going to send it back to the studio, take our final break of the Mansion Freddie halftime, and when we come back, we should be just about ready for the second half, a kick from Clarion, Pennsylvania. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. We have been challenged to sell 20 new and used vehicles each and every day for the rest of the year. This means you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the largest Ford store on the I-81 corridor, ranked among the top dealerships in the country in sales volume and customer satisfaction. If you are even thinking about buying a new car, now is the time. Visit HagerstownFord.com and choose your new ride, and we will bring it to you. You will sign all the documents from your phone and skip that awful finance process that consumes your entire day in the dealership. Let's recap. Hagerstown Ford must sell 20 vehicles a day. You will sign all the documents from your phone on your time. We will bring your new ride to you, and you're done. It's that easy. If you don't like it, return it. Our return policy is better than Walmart, and our buying experience is better than Amazon. And you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the #1 Ford store from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C., from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland. Now, we want to be the #1 Ford store in the nation.
Hagerstown Ford, right off Interstate 81, across from the Valley Mall.
Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti.
If you've been injured in a car accident, there are 3 things you need to know.
1, do not discuss your accident with an insurance company before you talk to a lawyer.
2, on average, car accident victims with a lawyer get over 3 times more money than those without one.
And 3, at Mansion Ferretti, if we don't win, you don't pay us, guaranteed. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
Tied at 24 as we are just moments away from the second half kickoff in Clarion, Pennsylvania. We're at Memorial Stadium in Clarion. Shepherd and Clarion trying to, on one side, keep a 3-0 record, go to 4-0. Shepherd eager to get that first win of the year. They are 0-2. That about wraps up our Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime show, which was brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. And some keys for the second half. What are you looking to see, Travis, from the Rams offensively, and I think really in particular on defense?
Offensively, I'd like to see them run the ball more, maybe incorporate Swinehart a little bit more into the offense. He's had a couple of big catches for him. Let's see if they can get him rolling as far as the ground game is concerned. On defense for Shepherd, they have to do something to force Gershio to go to his left. We've seen what he can do going to his right or working the middle of the field. That's obviously his wheelhouse. You want to try to make him uncomfortable. There were spots there in the first half where that Shepherd defense was able to make him uncomfortable. Let's see if they can get back to that. And as far as Clarion, it's just, even though their defense got torched there in the first half, they still have the opportunity to walk out of here the hero. I think both defenses have that opportunity to walk out of the hero. If they come up with a timely stop, like you mentioned early on, it's going to be whoever has the ball last is probably going to walk out of here the victor.
Clarion going to get the ball to start this second half as Max Barta tees it up, ready to send it away to start quarter number 3. It is Randolph and Kent, the 2 return men for the Golden Eagles. It is a short kick up to the 10-yard line. It is returnable. That is Randolph with it across the 25-yard line to the 30, where he is wrapped up by a couple of Ram tacklers. Gets up to about the 31-yard line, as that is where the Golden Eagles will start their first offensive possession of the second half. The second half kickoff brought to you by the personal injury attorneys Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson. Visit burkeandschultz.com. We play hardball.
That was Will Johnson there on the tackle. That was a nice double leg takedown to get the second half going.
Going to put that ball a little bit short of the 30-yard line, make that 2 yards short of the 30. The 28-yard line is where Gershio and the Golden Eagle offense will start this second half. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side as well. It is Simmons in the backfield with his quarterback. Receiver in motion. High snap over the head of Gershio, and he just falls on it back at the 16-yard line. And defensively for Shepherd, catching a break there is, let's start with a 2nd and long to start the second half of play.
There you go. You'll take what you can get. And again, just a snap a little bit too tall for the quarterback, and he just did a good job of just covering it up, maintaining possession, and you just live to fight another day.
Loss of 10 back to the 18-yard line is where they will spot it, in between the hash marks. Once again, 2 receivers to each side of the formation. It is Simmons to the left of Gershio in the shotgun formation. Receiver in motion. It is to Simmons. Little stutter step goes to his left. It gains a few across the 20-yard line up near the 23, and they will say he is stopped at that 23-yard line, 3rd and long. And, boy, this would be a big stop for Shepherd if they were able to get the ball back, forcing a 3-and-out on the first drive.
And again, all the momentum on the sideline of Clarion coming into the second half. And you see one adjustment that Shepherd has made, moving Muley inside. They also have McPherson, the 6', 290-pound redshirt junior, also playing inside. Here in this 3rd and long, they go to a 3-man front.
3rd and 15. Gershia looks across the middle. That ball is a caught. That's Simmons out of the backfield. He gets to the 30-yard line, and he is tackled after a few yards to the sideline. That one is Makai Young on the tackle. 4th down, and Clarion's going to have to punt. Shepherd getting the football back.
Again, that botch snap really set them behind the chains, and Shepherd able to play smart enough, playing down and distance. Good tackle in open space that time, and one of the few stops that either defense has been able to enjoy today. And now Shepherd's going to have an opportunity to get the ball back with some pretty good field position.
Batten back to return for the Rams. He stands at about the 33-yard line. Passantino stands at his 16, ready to boot that football away. He gets the snap. There is the punt. Spiraling punt that is pushing Batten back to the 20-yard line. That's where he will start his return. Stumbles a bit, leans forward, gets to the 23-yard line, and a host of Clarion tacklers there to bring him down. So Shepherd going to start their first offensive drive of the second half at about that 23, maybe 24-yard line.
A really good punt. Not only that, a very high punt.
Yes.
And that allowed that cover team to get down there. And, again, they're not trying to bring him down on one guy. It was a whole bunch of Golden Eagles in on that tackle. And just something about having Batten back there, just having that savvy veteran on the back end, just put your mind a little bit more at ease. When you see those high punts hanging in the air, you can trust him a little bit more that he's going to make a good decision.
Receiving team number 0. A penalty step half the distance to the goal.
So unnecessary roughness on Will Ennis is going to back up Shepherd even more.
Did not see anything obvious on the return. Maybe something on the back end or something near the line of scrimmage when we were looking back at the return man. But let's push Shepherd back inside the 20-yard line.
It takes away some of the field position, but
I think they're trying to figure out where they're marking the football now. As the ball going all the way back. I said inside the 20. How about all the way back to the 10? So a long field for Shepherd. But, the last time they were backed up, something pretty magical happened. We saw a 96-yard touchdown run. So maybe Shepherd just likes a lot of green in front of them. We'll see on this drive. 1st down and 10 on the near hash for the Rams.
You got to give Barnett a little room to stretch his legs out there.
It is Barnett in the backfield. And a little play action, quick out. That one caught by Batten at the 15-yard line. Avoids a couple of tacklers. He's to the 20 and leaning forward. A 1st down for the Rams. Great job by Cordell Batten.
And I think that's going to be the next step in evolution for this Rams offense. They're pounding the ball. May not be great yards per carry, but that's not important. Keeps the offense on schedule so they can use those short, high-percentage passes. And what you're going to need next with that, run after the catch. We talked about that with the Clarion wide receivers getting that run after catch. It's going to be important for Shepherd when they want to have that offense take the next step. You want to take those short, high-percentage passes, you got to have run after catch.
Ball at the 23-yard line on the far hash. 1st down and 10 for the Rams. Receivers bunched to this near side, one to the far side. Hardyway, a little read action. The give is to Barnett, and he breaks a couple of tacklers, taking a few more with him. He's still on the loose. A flag comes in. He's inside the 30 to the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. The flag in the area of a hold, and nobody rating on that Shepherd sideline. Certainly looks like another great run for Jordan Barnett is coming back.
There's a couple of flags, and it was like right at the point of contact where they had the big scrum in the middle of the field. So I'm curious to see.
And there was no celebration initially, but now special teams running out for the Rams.
So maybe a face mask. There was a lot of scrapping and clawing at the ball carrier. Maybe a defender got a little bit too happy and grabbed some face mask on that play.
Waiting to see a signal. Our head referee talking with Shepherd head coach Ernie McCook.
Result of the play is a touchdown. During the run, personal foul.
Face mask on the defense. So how about that? Another run for Jordan Barnett, and Shepherd regains the lead.
And if if you've been starting Jordan Barnett the past couple of weeks in your fantasy football team, you're sitting pretty. He's coming off of a 3-touchdown performance last week versus Slippery Rock, and he's been a home run hitter today. 2 long touchdowns for the ball carrier.
I think everybody assuming that was on the offense. No celebration on the Shepherd sideline. But just like that, Shepherd gains lead on another great run by Jordan Barnett. Extra point up and good. Shepherd with the 31-24 lead, 11:49 remaining in quarter number 3. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
This is Cody with Cody's Auto Body. The stories are on the way. Reliving glory days, the injury that prevented stardom, or the inevitable, I even could have made that play. With football season comes a lot of delusion of greatness. Well, no one believes you would have made it in the big leagues. Let's at least make them think you're a good driver. Bring that vehicle to me and I will make it the pride of the parking lot at every game. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body, the MVP of your season. That's Cody's with a T for trust.
Welcome back into Memorial Stadium. Shepherd following a 77-yard run where Jordan Barnett took about 6 Golden Eagles with him, included a face mask penalty, puts the Rams back up top 31-24, 11:49 remaining in quarter number 3. And for Shepherd's offense, we talked about it. They need to run the football a little bit better. We'll see if they can continue to do that in some short yardage situations. Right now, they're breaking them free. A 96-yard run now and a 77-yard run for Jordan Barnett. And like you said, if you're in your D2 fantasy team and you don't have Jordan Barnett, I'd certainly pick him up. Ensuing kickoff coming for Bar. It is once again Randolph and Kent, the 2 return men for Clarion on the far side. That one going to bounce out of bounds just before the pylon, so that'll give Clarion good field position for the ensuing offensive drive. Scoring drives brought to you by Senate Finance Chair Jason Barrett. That one to put Shepherd back on top 31-24, a 4-play, or make that a 2-play 90-yard drive taking just 56 seconds, and again capped off by a 77-yard hard-nosed run by Jordan Barnett.
Yeah, a little bit different than his 96-yard run where he largely ran untouched. On that play, Barnett having to fight through a host of Golden Eagles defenders and getting that face mask, and Zay Brisbane was the guilty party on that play, and he's just been having a tough day at the office, getting roasted in coverage, and that time just having a difficult time bringing down Barnett. But then again, most folks have a hard time bringing down Barnett. The 6', 225-pound redshirt junior is a load to bring down once he gets that momentum going downhill.
First and 10 on the 20-yard line, a quick slant across the middle. That one caught by Jaton Williams, enough for a first down. And some whistles blowing. And a flag down on the far side of the field, laying at the 39-yard line on the Shepherd sideline.
And Jaton took a bit of a hard shot on that play coming out of the game. But Clarion has had a lot of success with those pop passes. They fake that inside run. The defense has to respect it. They have to step up and honor it. And again, Gershio doing a good job of reading the defense and taking what they're giving him.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense. Sideline interference. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
And a hard penalty to swallow if you're Shepherd. A sideline interference call, adding 15 more on to what was already a first down reception. So 49-yard line, Clarion just barely in their own territory, 1st and 10.
Sideline interference. Usually you get a warning for those type of penalties before they start throwing flags and penalizing.
Shotgun formation, 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Gershio drops back to pass, looking in the middle and swallowed up initially. Is he able to get out? But a face mask penalty coming in. A couple of flags fly. 3 on the ground right now. And for Shepherd, this drive is the penalty drive of the game.
Everybody threw a flag on that play. I think the lady concession stand threw a flag on that play. I mean, they snatched that guy's helmet off. They did a good job of forcing him to his left. Stay off the face mask.
And that is the one of Great things also about an elusive quarterback is on offense, if you're Clarion, they just got to grab him wherever they can to try to get a hand on him. And if you're Shepherd, unfortunately, sometimes that's going to be inside the shoulder pads. That's going to be on the face mask. You're just trying to get a hand on him, and it's going to cost you 15.
And you see both defenses struggling to get the ball carriers down, but for different reasons. Jordan Barnett, just because he's just a physical bull out there on the field, so you're grabbing anything you can to get him down. And you have Gershio. He's out there. He's like a gazelle. It's hard to get him down. You've got to try to get a handle on him any way you can. So right now, ball carriers drawing those penalties for much different reasons. And that was Fluke that was shaken up on the play.
He's able to get to his feet and get off to the sideline under his own power. The ball now at the 36-yard line in Shepherd territory. 30 yards on this drive just on penalties. So Shepherd not helping themselves on this drive, that is for sure. Out of the timeout. Clarion going to be on the far hash in Shepherd territory. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Looks like it is Kent in the backfield. As Gershio drops back to pass, looking left, a curl route, and that's Holt Egan making a great catch on the left side inside the red zone down 18. And there's a play on the left side of the field for you. They must have heard your keys.
They heard me. That was Reggie Snowden over there in the coverage, and he was doing everything he could to try to bottle up the receiver. He's just giving up too much size, too much weight, and the veteran wide receiver able to pull the ball down for a first down.
Kent once again in the backfield with Gershio. A quick swing pass. That is Jones who has it on the near side. He's inside the 10, cuts up, and is stood up at the 9-yard line. And right near the yard to gain, we'll see if they give him the first down. If not, it'll bring a second and short. And they will say he stepped out right about the 9-yard line, about a half yard short of the line needed for the first.
And Logan Kent has checked in the backfield for Clarion.
Last couple plays, he has been that tailback. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the short side. Gershio looking left immediately off the snap and a fade route in the corner of the end zone. And who else? We've called his name a couple times on this drive. It is Devon Jones. And let's just keep going back and forth on the touchdowns.
And a very similar play to what Shepherd scored on when Hardaway threw that ball to Batten. That time, Gershio throwing the ball to Jones, but who sets that play up? You got Egan working underneath, pulling that defense down, opening up that back corner, and just a good throw and catch by the Clarion Golden Eagles offense.
Curtis on for the extra point. That kick up and good. 10:22 remaining in quarter number 3. We are tied at 31. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Insurance companies like to play games. They say they're on your side, but they aren't. We have a team that can handle any curveball they throw. At Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, you get a dedicated lawyer, and every case gets a team effort. So you get nearly 150 combined years of experience going to bat for you. And we like to win. Join the team that takes your personal injury case seriously. Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson. We play hardball.
Welcome back into TV 10 coverage of Shepherd Ram football. We're tied at 31 with 10:22 remaining in quarter number 3. It was a touchdown catch from Devon Jones from Anthony Gershio to tie us up at 31. It is Curtis on for the ensuing kickoff. Again, a short one. This one going to bounce in front of the return, but that's Malachi Brown on the return. He's going to the far side, gets to the 20-yard line, cuts up to the 25. Now bounces back outside the hash marks near the 30, but will be brought down a few yards short.
Brought down by Cameron Thomas.
And again, that's a nice counter because you know Clarion's going to be reluctant to kick it deep with Nick and Jazier back there making big plays. So Clarion tries to bloop it, tries to get it on the 30. And who do they have there waiting for the ball? You have Malachi Brown, an equally dangerous return man in his own right. He's able to get Shepherd set up in good field position.
Scoring drives brought to you by Senate Finance Chair Jason Barrett. 4-play, 75-yard drive taking a minute and 27 seconds and a 9-yard touchdown pass from Anthony Gershio to Devon Jones. We're tied at 31. Shepherd with the football, a play-action rollout, and Hardaway not able to get out of the grasps of the defender, and the ball is out, and Clarion with the football at the 20-yard line. If the sack wasn't bad enough, able to hold on to the football, and how about the first turnover of the game, and could not come at a worse part of the field if you're the Shepherd Rams.
And Hardaway, as soon as he makes the play fake and turns around, the defender's right in his face, so he really doesn't even have a chance to realize that the defender's there, tuck the ball away, or do anything. And just a heady play that time, and you see Clarion just trying to apply a little bit of pressure and make things difficult on Hardaway, and so far, that's the first big mistake that either one of these ball clubs have made today.
The Golden Eagles going to start in the red zone, 20-yard line, moving in. Snap will come from the far hash mark. Simmons back in at tailback for the Golden Eagles. 3 receivers bunched to the far side. 1 close to the line on this near side. Some movement. And I believe, are we going to have another sideline warning? Another sideline penalty for Shepherd. That's 2 in about the last 6 plays.
But they called warning. Usually you get the warning and then you get the penalty, so I'm not sure what the
Seems backwards.
Yeah.
It was a sideline interference call that was called earlier.
Okay.
So maybe there is 2 separate penalties.
Okay.
So a sideline warning, no harm, no foul, until the next one at least. Gershio takes a snap, rolling back and a throw back across his body. That one caught by Simmons at the 5-yard line. Avoids one tackler, then is swallowed up at the 5. What a tough throw for Gershio, but put it right on the money.
And again, that Clarion offense found a matchup that they liked, and they've had success getting Simmons out of the backfield. Usually it's Kent is the guy that's going to be your pass catcher out of the backfield, but they're switching it up, and Simmons has been an effective pass catcher so far today, not only running the ball, but getting out of the backfield and giving his quarterback that check down option. And they've had some great success throwing those flare passes out to the running backs.
First down and goal from the 5-yard line. Simmons in motion. He gets the handoff right up the middle from 5 yards out. And Clarion takes the lead 37-31. Extra point coming up.
We came to a football game and a track meet broke out. These teams are going back and forth, lighting up that scoreboard.
And if you wanted a defensive battle, I would find a different game to watch.
Keep looking.
Curtis on for the extra point. Snap, hold, kick is up, and it is good. A 7-point lead for the Golden Eagles, their first of the game, 38-31, 9:20 remaining in quarter number 3. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Clarion with their first lead of the ball game, 38-31, following the turnover, the fumble on the strip sack from Mike Hardaway. A 20-yard drive, capped off with a 5-yard touchdown run for Simmons. 38-31, your score, 9:20 remaining in quarter number 3. Shepherd set to return the kickoff as Andrew Curtis sets it on tee for the Golden Rams.
See if Clarion's going to try to kick it deep on this play, or are they going to stick with the blooper and keep it out of the hands of Nickens Yazir?
A dribbler got back to Malachi Brown on the last kickoff. There's right now some personnel issues for Clarion. Looks like they are set. And here's the kick. This one is going to go deep. That one into the end zone. And Yazir going to bring it out. He's at the 10-yard line. Comes to the near side of the 15. He's going to turn the corner at the 20 to the 25-yard line. Pushed out of bounds a few ticks afterwards. And is that going to be a late hit? Certainly coming in the area of one. We will see what the call is from our head official. Ball currently marked at the 28-yard line. We'll see if some extra yardage added on. Nope, it's going to be a holding for Shepherd. Bring distance to the goal, bring that back to the 14-yard line. And Malachi Barnes call for the hold.
And sometimes you're going to have plays like that when you have a special teams player that has that ability to break those big plays. The teammates know that. They want to go out there. They want to be the one that's going to make that play, that's going to spring their teammate for a big play. They know Shepherd is down. They have their back up against the wall. So, again, those are one of those penalties that Coach McCook has always said, if you're trying to make a play for a teammate, he's going to look on that a little bit kinder than what he would just a silly mental mistake.
Ball pushed all the way back to the 12-yard line. That's where Mark Hardyway will take the snap to give his to Barnett. It's to the near side. Let's see if he's got some magic here. Breaks one tackle across the 20 before not even taken down, just shoved out of bounds. Never went down, so a good gain on first down brings up a second down and manageable.
And Barnett might have the cleanest jersey of anybody out there on the field. They can't bring him down.
Scoring drives brought to you by Senate Finance Chair Jason Barrett. Clarion takes the lead, 38-31 on a two-play, 20-yard drive, taking just 46 seconds, a 5-yard touchdown run. Pistol formation, two receivers to the far side. There is the give to Barnett off the right side. Little stutter step and leaning forward. Looks like based on the official mark, that will be a first down Rams.
And a good, patient run. You can just see he's just a veteran ball carrier. He's not going to force it if it's not there. He's not going to get greedy and try to force it outside if it's not there. Waited, let those big uglies up front do all the dirty work, and then he was able to put his foot in the ground, get north and south, and move those chains.
And what we talked about at halftime, you need those 2, 3, 4-yard runs to not only give your defense a break with the track meet we're having offensively here today, but to just set up some passes later in the game. Here's a pitch out of the backfield. That to Barnett, lowers his shoulder and turns the corner at the 30. They're going to say that's about where he steps out of bounds. So a good first down run for Jordan Barnett. Second down and the medium coming up. They'll say he stepped out at the 29-yard line.
I know we were talking about maybe Swinehart getting a little bit more involved in the running game, but
not yet.
At this point, you got to feed the hot hand. You're going to let Barnett run until he falls out from exhaustion.
And right on cue, who's in the backfield? That's Swinehart.
There we go. He's earned a Gatorade, so Barnett certainly earned a break.
There's the snap, and the give is to Swinehart.
Good patient run.
Good hesitation, and finds a little seam for a couple. Not enough for the first down, but looks like he about splits the difference that he needed. Oh, they're only going to give him a yard on that one. Certainly looked like he leaned forward for a few extra. Nonetheless, 3rd and 3.5, 4 yards coming up. Ball on the far hash. Shotgun formation. Swinehart in the backfield with Hardyway, 3 receivers to this near side. There is the
bringing the heat.
Snap, and Hardyway swallowed up by a couple of tackles. Looks like 76 in there first, and that is going to be Garrett Jasper on the sack.
Also, Matthew McGregor supplying a little bit of pressure up front, the 6'4", 225-pound senior defensive lineman.
4th down and 12 coming up. Shepherd going to have to punt the football away, in the way that Clarion is moving the ball offensively. You don't really want to give them the football back already with a lead. Alexander with the kick, and a good catch, and an even better hit on the back end. How about Will Ennis with that tackle in the open field? But once again, good field position for Clarion to start. They're going to be at about the 37, 38-yard line for this offensive series. 38-yard line. 6 minutes and 4 seconds remaining. Clarion with the touchdown lead, 38-31, in what has been a game where can't even spell defense at the moment. Clarion showing a little spark on defense the last couple of drives. Turnover, a sack to force a punt. Simmons with the carry here, gets back to the line of scrimmage, and then stood up immediately.
Simmons gets the carry.
And if you're Shepherd, you've seen Clarion get a couple of stops, a turnover. It's now your time. Hey, you need to figure out how to get a stop on defense.
And right now that turnover is the difference in the game.
Gave Clarion good field position at the 20-yard line, working in. Took just 2 plays for them to find the end zone. Shotgun formation. Pass to the outside, and a wide-open receiver at the 40-yard line, and a cutback to the 30. Inside the 25-yard line down to the 20. That is Zach Slomers, it looks like, on the far side. And the first time we've called his name today, and a great pass by Gershio, but didn't have to be perfect. He was wide open on the far side.
Slomers, a special team standout, usually plays holder, but this season used a little bit more in the offense coming into today's game, having 6 catches and 85 yards.
A quick curl route, and that is Jones inside the 20-yard line down to the 18. Once again, Clarion moving the ball any way they want to, and some gaps in the Shepherd defense proving costly on this drive so far.
2nd down and 4.
And again, just some big breakdowns on the back end, and Clarion has been able to take advantage.
Gershio looking in the end zone. Hold Egan, the intended receiver, and broken up, and a late flag comes in.
So how's that referee in the middle of the field going to make that call, and the referee right there on the sideline didn't make the call? That is a bad call. The referee was right there, Johnny on the spot to make the call, and he didn't. Hopefully he better go over there and tell him what he saw.
It was Will Ennis in coverage, and there was definitely some hand fighting going back and forth. Nobody really gaining an advantage on this near side.
There's no way that official in the back of the end zone can make that call. No way.
A conversation here for sure. And I'm sure talking about what you just described, Travis, but Ennis with his palms up in the air, certainly trying to plead his case. Not sure if it's going to come to fruition or not. Waiting for the official call. And Ennis still pleading as if he knows the call coming here. And all of our officials going to come back in for another meeting of the minds.
They were both going for the ball. They were jockeying for position. They're football players.
Pass interference on the defense number 0.
That's a bad call.
Yep, so it is going to go on Will Ennis. That football going to move all the way up inside the 15, inside the 10, and down all the way to the 3-yard line.
You have the referee standing right in front of it, and then you have a guy halfway across the field, and he makes the call. Like, what are you seeing? Like, you don't have X-ray vision. How can you see through? Yeah, that's a bad call. I'm sorry.
Regardless, 1st and goal from the 3. See if Shepherd's defense can get a big stop here. 3 receivers to the far side of the formation for Clarion, 1 to the near side. Gershio in the backfield with him is Simmons. Gershio going to take the snap. Look across the middle, and that's Egan as the intended receiver. And his right arm being held down the entire way.
But you don't call that.
And no flag.
Now you want to get shy. You don't call that.
I think everybody in this stadium expecting a flag on that. His right arm clearly being held down. Shepherd will take it. So will this broadcast crew. 2nd down and goal coming up. And a couple of head-scratching officiating plays in the 3rd quarter of this game after a couple of head-scratching officiating plays in the 4th quarter of last week's game. 2nd down and goal from the 3-yard line before we get in trouble for criticizing the officials. There's a sweep that is Simmons up the middle, virtually untouched into the end zone from 3 yards out. And Clarion an extra point away from taking a 2-touchdown lead. And Shepherd's got to figure out something to do defensively in this football game. 44 points, and we're still in the 3rd quarter that they've given up.
No answers in the passing game, no answers in the run game, and right now the Clarion offense, they have all the answers.
Curtis on for the extra point. There is the snap, the hold, the kick. It is up, and it is good. 45-31. The Golden Eagles right now with a 2-touchdown advantage over the visiting Shepherd Rams. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
What's up, everybody? Tyson Bajan here. The greatest asset for a professional quarterback is a receiver with good hands.
At Next Level Auto Detailing, your vehicle is in good hands. We offer basic detailing packages, ceramic coatings, any restoration service for your vehicle, you name it, we do it. Call us at 703-786-6250 to take your vehicle to the next level. Let's go!
4:28 remaining in quarter number 3, and the Rams with their backs against the wall now in the third quarter, down by 2 scores, 45-31. And Travis, we saw glimpses of what the run game was going to start to pick up in that last drive, and then stalling out a big sack. We've seen a turnover by the Shepherd offense in this third quarter, just not the same Ram offense we saw in the first half. And if it's going to be a shootout kind of game, the offense can't sputter.
Yeah, and that turnover is just looming that much larger.
Malachi Brown probably should have kept that one in the end zone as he had his back to the return and only gets out to about the 70-yard line, and Shepherd a long field to go. But, again, what we've seen today is they kind of thrive with the long field. We've seen a 77-yard touchdown run and the 96-yard touchdown run by Jordan Barnett. So maybe a lot of turf in front of the Ram offense, not the worst thing in the world.
But now you're starting to see a little bit of desperation starting to creep in with the Rams. Down 0-2 so far this season, looking for that first win. That turnover kind of puts you behind the 8 ball, and now they're starting to press. So let's see if the Ram offense can regain that composure and have a nice sustained drive here.
There's a snap and give is to Swinehart. He goes right up the middle, lowers his shoulder across the 10-yard line up to the 11 is where they will spot the football. Gain of a handful on that play.
Brought down by Gazelle and Booth.
Seems also almost inconceivable to think of Shepherd starting football season 0-3, but the offense is going to have to certainly kick it into gear, and a defensive stop or 3 going to be needed in this football game. Shotgun formation, Swinehart in the backfield with Hardaway. Man in motion is Batten. He'll go back to the far side of the field. There is a quick give to Swinehart, and nothing doing there. A third down and long coming up for the Rams. And you're only 2 touchdowns back. You're going to need to find some rhythm throwing the football and find that rhythm pretty darn quick with 3:20 remaining in quarter number 3. Third down and 6 coming up for the Rams.
Shepherd did a good job of creating those mismatches, sending people in motion. Let's see if they use a little bit of that on this third down, try to convert this first down.
3 receivers to the near side, shotgun formation, Swinehart with Hardaway. Hardaway drops back to pass. He's going to be forced to his left now, looking downfield, and that ball is in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. And that was the big tight end, number 85. I believe that was was that Loon? Yeah, that was Loon on was the intended near side. Hit him in the hands, just could not bring it in. Good defense, but certainly one at this point in the game you'd like to see him come down with.
And it's something that he's going to learn is that you have to bring that ball down aggressively. He did a good job of going up and getting it, but then he left it out and gave that a defender an opportunity to punch it out of his hands, and just a critical play that he needed to come up with.
Deshaun Alexander on to punt it away, and that one shanked off the side of his foot, and a Clarion bounce, and great field position. A flag coming in. Loon on his belly at about the 33. And we'll see if this is an unsportsmanlike, a block in the back, and certainly in that realm as Loon making his way to the sideline.
I'm not sure it's going to be something that's going to change possession as it happened after the ball went out of bounds.
Hopefully at least help Shepherd in terms of field position.
During the return, holding on return team number 35.
So it is a
10-yard penalty. First down.
10-yard penalty, so that ball going to go back closer to midfield, but still great starting field position for the Golden Eagles as they look to make it a 3-touchdown advantage. And with the way Shepherd's defense has played today, a 3-touchdown advantage seems almost insurmountable.
Yeah.
You hate to say that with a quarter left and how good Shepherd's offense has played at times today, but this second half has really struggled to find consistency, really. We've seen a couple of big plays. We've seen them move the ball here and there, but consistency really been the issue in this second half, and nothing but consistency on this near sideline for the Clarion Golden Eagles. Empty backfield. Now man in motion. There is a give and a short gain up the middle. That going to 22. That's going to be Tyreek Hall on the carry.
And again, this is uncharted territories for this Shepherd offense so far this year. One of their highest scoring outputs thus far. But Clarion, this is kind of on brand for them so far. They've been putting up a lot of points so far this year. So Clarion much more in their comfort zone in a shootout style of game as opposed to Shepherd.
3 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side. Urshio by himself in the backfield. Now going to tuck it to this near side and steps out of bounds after a gain of a few. Looks like he's up to about the 42-yard line. Brings up a gigantic third down for the Shepherd Ram defense. If there is a stop needed, it's right here. 2 minutes left on a running third quarter clock, and Shepherd needs the football back and needs to get the first big stop they will have had all day defensively.
So I want to see what that Shepherd Rams defensive front is going to do. Is it going to be something where they're going to try to slant and try to take away that running lane to the right, or maybe some type of stunt to create some pressure?
4 men rushing now, a fifth coming in. A dump off right over the middle. That is Simmons, and he's got just enough for the first down. And a flag in the backfield. And
Start down by Wimberley. Flag on the play. Personal foul.
Roughing the passer, the call. So let's add insult to injury and 15 additional after a first down.
Shepherd dialed up that blitz coming in off the edge. Just the blitzer got there a little bit too late, taking the quarterback down to the ground. And again, these penalties, you had the turnover. Penalties have been an issue for Shepherd so far this year. And right now they're both coming back to haunt them at the worst possible time today.
You're looking at about 45 just in penalty yards in the last 3 drives.
Yeah. And this is an offense that doesn't need any help.
First down and 10, 20-yard line. Golden Eagles once again in the red zone. Gershio going to keep it himself off the left side. Gets to the 15-yard line before he steps out of bounds.
Runs out of bounds near the 15-yard line.
And we joked about it, how the majority of the offense was run to the right side in that first half. And
gotta do
now they're doing it on.
Yeah,
at this point, Clarion doing whatever they want on any side of the field, any depth of the field.
You got to show the defense something to keep them honest.
And a touchdown away from putting a 50 spot on the Rams. And we're not even through the third quarter yet. 45 seconds on a running third quarter clock. Second down and 5. Ball on the far hash. Man in motion was Jones, and it's a pass across the middle and past the extended arms of the intended receiver, Holt Egan.
Clarion going back to that pop pass that they've had consistent success on throughout today, but Shepherd Rams defense up to the challenge, forcing another third down. Let's see if they can get off the field. That was one of their keys coming into the game. Coming into today's game, surrendering 58% on third down. So that's just going to be tough if you're not able to get off the field on third down and you got an offense that's just red hot.
3 receivers to the near side of the formation, 1 to the far side on a big third down for the Shepherd defense. All the third down's big now for the Shepherd defense. Shotgun formation for Gershio. He's looking in the end zone. A tight window, and that ball hits the turf. Incomplete. The intended receiver, number 84, Devon Jones, and a big stop, at least out of the end zone, for the Shepherd defense. And maybe they'll get a little luck on their side, and we'll see this kick go wide, but the field goal unit on for the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication on that play. You had 2 receivers in the same area. So I don't know if it was something where Jones was supposed to come over a little bit more shallow or that wide receiver was supposed to do a better job of taking the top off the defense, but kind of an unusual miscue for this Clarion offense.
32-yard kick for Curtis is up, and it is through. 48-31. Clarion leads Shepherd with 27 seconds left in quarter number 3. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
The third quarter of our TV 10 broadcast of Shepherd University Ram football brought to you by Skinner Accident Injury Lawyers, representing accident injury claims for over 50 years. Go to SkinnerWins.com. 27 seconds left in quarter number 3, 48-31. Clarion's lead over Shepherd. Clarion look to go to 4-0 and get 4 wins for the first time since 2018, just the third time in the last 10 years. Shepherd trying to avoid an unimaginable 0-3 start to this season. Return starting at the 2-yard line. Drop momentarily, but now up the middle. Some room up the middle across the 30-yard line, up near the 35. And that was Malachi Brown on the return. Good return for Brown. After it looked a little dangerous having to pick that ball up off the turf, but good field position for the Rams offense.
But it's usually those type of plays where the timing gets thrown off a little bit, where we've seen a lot of big plays result from that little mismanagement of the football. Again, Shepherd having good field position, a good return on the kickoff. Let's see if this Rams offense can make something happen with some good field position.
34-yard line, far hash for the Shepherd offense. 3 receivers bunch this near side. One to the far side is Ashby. To give to Barnett right up the middle, breaking a few tackles like he's done all day long. A gain of about 5 on the play. Splits the difference for what he needs. 2nd and 5 coming up. And we'll see if that's the last play of the third quarter, and it certainly looks like it will be as the clock hitting 2-1-0. We have 1 quarter remaining. And for Shepherd, it's going to need to be one heck of a comeback. They're down by 17, 48-31 your score from Memorial Stadium. We're back for the fourth quarter after this. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions. We've been serving the Eastern Panhandle with their insurance needs for 20 years. We specialize in Medicare and health insurance plans. Medicare can be scary. We help seniors navigate the Medicare maze and not get taken advantage of by the call centers. We give honest, local advice on your insurance. We're located in the Aiken Center, 304-283-0864.
Jordan Barnett's got to be wondering what's he got to do to win player of the game.
$15 minutes away from the close in this one. Clarion, a 48-31 lead over the visiting Shepherd Rams. 2nd and 5 coming up out of the quarter break. Ball on the near hash for the Rams offense.
And you know you have a crazy game on your hands when the stat sheet becomes stat sheets. They're plural. They're starting to get longer and longer.
Yeah, that scoring drive summary taking up about half a page at this point. Second down and 5. Shotgun formation. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Hardyway drops back to pass. Looking over the middle, and that one in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. That was Batten on the other end of that football. Caught it initially right at the sticks. Looks like it hit off the chest plate of the shoulder pads and dropping to the turf. Just couldn't get that one in completely.
Brings up a 3rd down and 5.
Good defense that time, just contesting the catch. And Hardaway a little bit late getting the ball to Batten there over the middle. I don't think that was his first option on the play. He had a little bit of time to work the field, but good coverage at that time.
3rd down and 5 for the Shepherd offense. 3 receivers in the formation to the far side, 1 to the near side. Hardyway drops back to pass, looking over the middle. This one caught by Batten, but short a couple yards of the sticks and ended up going backwards a few after the catch, and that was Terrell Booth on the tackle. And Shepherd going to have to punt the football away, and got to be getting close to getting into 4-down territory, down 17. I'm a little surprised it's not right now. Head coach Ernie McCook having faith in his defense, who at least forced a field goal last time out. But a big hole to climb out of, especially the way the Clarion has been moving the football and scoring the football. Alexander, a much better punt this time, as the last one off the side of his foot, but the spiraling punt bounces into the end zone. And it'll be a touchback. 14-15 remaining in the ball game. And Clarion, you're a touchdown and maybe even a field goal away from all but icing this football game.
And again, we knew it was going to be a back-and-forth type of game, and certainly the shootout favored Clarion. We mentioned it during the pregame. Are they going to be able to avoid that turnover? And so far, Clarion's been able to avoid that turnover. And for Shepherd, that turnover has kind of been the difference in the game, because at least before that, they were going back and forth, and Shepherd at least had the edge in that regard, but that turnover really put him behind the 8 ball.
Gercio man in motion. The give is off the right side. And I believe that was Kent on the carry, a gain of about 1. Listed as the number 1 tailback, but definitely does not get the number 1 load of carries. Second down and a long 8, short 9 coming up. And right now, if you're Clarion, you got to be content with 2-3 yards of cloud of dust and just taking time off that clock, trying to get to 4-0. Pistol formation. That is Kent in the backfield. Play action pass. Gercio going to find his tight end in the flats, and he's got a first down and more across the 35 to almost the 40-yard line. That's an 84 on the reception. That is, or 85. Austin Wade, big tight end on the far side. First down, Clarion.
The true freshman going out there, getting his first catch of the season. 6'4", 225 pounds from Louisville, Ohio, where he lettered in football and basketball when in high school.
His mother's maiden name is what?
I have no idea.
38-yard line, 37-yard line, where this football will be snapped from. The give is to Kent up the middle. Again, just a couple. Gets 3 on that run. And that is the recipe for success right now for the Golden Eagles.
Again, the ball is certainly in their court. No need to force the issue, and they've had success with whatever they wanted to do. They've run the ball with running backs, and the quarterback has done a good job running the ball. They've passed the ball effectively and efficiently. You really can't ask anything more out of this offense, but with 12 minutes left, we're probably going to see some more out of this offense.
Yeah, second down and 7. Snap back for Gercio. He's going to pass. Move to his right and is almost taken down, and once again avoids the sack on the far side and gets enough for a first down. There was 4 or 5 white jerseys in the backfield, and all of a sudden you see number 8 squirt out. How does that happen?
Man, I'm sure everybody on that Shepherd sideline is asking that exact question. They do a good job of collapsing the pocket and not giving him any lanes to escape, yet he finds one. He's a smaller quarterback. It doesn't take much daylight. And, again, you get to see his competitive spirit taking over, not giving up on the play and making something happen with his legs.
Fresh set of downs for the Golden Eagles up to the 48-yard line in their own territory, inching towards midfield. There is the give to Kent on this near side. He crosses midfield into Shepherd territory down to the 46-yard line. A good gain on first down. And everything going the way of Clarion right now.
Brought down by Norman Williams.
Shepherd trying to go with a little bit more beef on the interior. We talked about McPherson. Also have Cutchin in there as well, 6 foot 305 pounds. So trying to go with a little bit more beef on the interior, trying to force Clarion to go off tackle.
Play being changed as the backfield and, well, the entire offense looks over to the sideline. As we are under 11 minutes playing this ball game. Gercio looking to his right, nothing there, going to take it to the left himself. Inside the 45-yard line to the 40 is where he'll get pushed out of bounds, and that is enough for another Clarion first down. Moving the chains and taking time off the clock.
And again, you're not expecting a quarterback that's 6 foot, 200 pounds to be so difficult to bring down just in terms of him breaking tackles. Certainly being elusive and fast and being dangerous in space, but He's hard-nosed. He's hard to bring down. It's going to take more than just an arm tackle to bring him down. You're going to have to drive him into the turf.
Pistol formation, 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Kent is the tailback. He is going to get the carry inside the 40, lowers his shoulder down to the 35, 34-yard line. And that Ram defense has got to be getting tired now.
That time Minka was the defender.
And a late flag comes in. A couple of late flags come in. And for Shepherd's sake, you certainly hope that it's not an after-the-play issue unsportsmanlike on the Rams.
And that's what I'm thinking as they run off to the sidelines. Just you're going to start seeing things get a little bit more chippy here down the stretch. The referees just trying to do their best to maintain control.
After the play, unnecessary personal foul, unnecessary roughness on the offense number 58.
All right, that penalty going to go against Clarion. Looks like that's on, we heard, a number 58. So Devin Webb costing his team 15 yards. That'll push Clarion back right near midfield, 49-yard line in Shepherd territory.
6'3", 290-pound junior from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Brings up a 2nd down and 19. Gercio by himself in the backfield. 2 receivers to each side of the formation, and now our officials stopping play.
You see Muley making a change himself. Bumping McPherson outside. Muley's moving inside. I think they may be expecting a quarterback draw, and why not? Clarion's had a lot of success with that so far.
There's a reason he might be looking for that.
Yeah.
Now, referee's still talking, and now going to wind the clock. Looks like more just confirming down distance and the clock more than anything. 2nd down and 19 coming up. Simmons back in the backfield. He does get that handoff on the far side. Nowhere to go. Gets to the 49-yard line, the line of scrimmage, and gets pushed out of bounds and then pushed backwards. Good defense on the exterior by the Rams.
That was Chin Thompson in on that tackle, and that plays much more to the strength of that Shepherd defense. When you try to attack them on the edge, that's when you see that speed and athleticism really take over. Where Clarion has had their success has been running the ball north and south in between the tackles, where Shepherd, a little bit undersized, not being as effective stopping the run.
First time we've seen Clarion take an entire play clock is on this drive, and wisely so. Clock is their friend at the moment, along with that 17-point lead as we near 9 minutes left to play in this game. Gercio drops back to pass, looking left, nowhere to go. Going to go up the middle, and let's see if Shepherd can bring him down this time. And we get the whistles, and Shepherd is finally able to bring Gercio down in the backfield, forcing a big 4th down and a big punt. Shepherd's going to get the ball back.
And again, that big penalty on the offensive lineman really backed them up. One of the few times that Clarion had to play behind the chains. And you see the impact that a penalty can have to an offense. So let's see if the their punt return unit, see if they can make a big play, try to get a little bit of a spark on that Shepherd sideline.
Facentino, the punter for the Golden Eagles. Stands back and does get that ball away. Shepherd was bringing pressure. And that ball kicked out of bounds inside the 20, closer to the 15. Or no, they will go all the way up. They're going to say out of bounds up at the 23-yard line. A couple extra yards than I was expecting on that kick out of bounds. And Shepherd's offense in a must-score situation. I think you can definitely say it's 4-down territory here.
Absolutely, and again, you've had success, but they've stalled out the past couple of drives, and I think it's because you're starting to see that desperation creep in. They're forcing it a little bit, whereas early on in the game, they were able to make those plays within the framework of the offense, and they didn't have that pressure of having to score. Let's see how they can handle this adversity here in the fourth quarter.
1st down and 10, ball at the 23-yard line. Shotgun formation, Hardy way. Takes the snap, looks over the middle, and fires that ball off the hands of Batten. Had a step on the defender. Ball hits the turf, 2nd down and 10 coming up.
And the Rams have had success splitting those safeties. At that time, an unusual drop coming from Baton, and that was a play that they sorely needed to get back in.
Complete 2nd down and 10.
And that time, I think he's trying to throw a little bit more of a user-friendly ball to his wide receiver, seeing that the defense was set up inside, try to put it on that back shoulder and save him a big hit over the middle, but just comes up a little bit short.
2nd down and 10, 35-yard line for the Rams. Still in Golden Eagle territory. Hardyway back to pass, looks left initially, now goes over the middle, and that's Ashby making the catch at midfield. He is into Clarion territory for the first down.
Clarion's a little bit looser coverage in that secondary and not trying to send much heat after the quarterback, trying to play coverage and giving Hardyway a little bit more time to find his targets.
Hurry up offense for the Rams as Hardyway looks to his left. Malachi Brown, the intended receiver, was trying to keep his foot on the sideline and not able to do so and maintain possession of the football. Incomplete, 2nd down and 10.
Brown a little bit frustrated on that play again. The ball kind of dies there at the end. I know you want to make a touch pass and give him a chance to jump up and make the ball, but you got to do just that. Give your wide receiver a chance to make a play on the ball.
7:15 remaining in the ball game. Shepherd needs points, and they need them fast, along with a couple of defensive stops, which have been hard to come by today. 2nd down and 10. Hardyway drops back to pass, looking over the middle, nowhere to go, forced to his right. Does find Swinehart out of the backfield. He is close to the 40-yard line, pushed out of bounds right at the 40. Brings up a 3rd down and short for the Rams.
Swinehart doing a good job of making himself available to the quarterback. Hasn't had a big game on the ground, but has shown his hands out of the backfield.
Hardyway back to pass, once again looking for Swinehart, a little wheel route out of the backfield, and we've seen that work a couple times today, especially with Swinehart, and that's enough for a 1st down, Shepherd. And looks like we might have an injury on the field right in front of the Clarion sideline. And I'm looking to see if that is indeed Swinehart that is still down. I don't see a number 2 going back across the field, so I do think that is Grant Swinehart still down on this near side of the field. .6:42 remaining in the game. Injury timeout on the field. Let's go ahead and take a 30-second break back at the station as well. Clarion leads Shepherd 48-31. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Swinehart was the injured Ram on the field, is able to jog off under his own power back onto the Shepherd sideline. 6:39 remaining in the football game on now a running 4th quarter clock. Shepherd down by 17, 48-31. Shotgun formation for Hardyway, 3 receivers to the far side. He drops back to pass, looking left, going deep. The intended receiver is Ashby, and that ball broken up in the end zone and held up a lot longer than the Shepherd offense wanted it to. Almost intercepted a couple of Golden Eagles there. Falls to the turf. Brings up a 2nd down and 10.
With that ball hanging up in the air like that, it gave Zay Brisbane a chance to recover and get back and make a play on the ball. He's had a difficult day, but able to make up for it a little bit on that play, breaking up that pass.
Ball at the 35-yard line near hash on a 2nd down and 10. All 3 receivers to the far side of the field, tight end on the near side. Barnett in the backfield with Hardyway. Play action pass. Hardyway looking deep down that left side. Some hand fighting, and there is the flag. As it looked like Malachi Brown trying to get that separation and a clear tug of the jersey. And you can see the frustration on Malachi Brown, and that one going to go his way for 15 yards. But you can see the demeanor of the Shepherd offense right now as well, just not clicking on all cylinders in this second half.
15-yard penalty on that 1st down. Pass interference against Clarion. a 15-yard penalty.
And those passes that Hardaway's been throwing to the left sideline, they've been hanging up in the air a little bit longer than those wide receivers would like. That time it was to the benefit of the Rams offense drawing the penalty, but lacking a little bit of velocity there to that far sideline.
First down and 10. Ball at the 20-yard line. Shepherd in the red zone. Hardaway back to pass. Looks right initially. Now goes over the middle. And that's Lanza with the reception inside the 10 down to the 9. First and goal upcoming for the Rams. Shepherd in the hurry-up offense. Rightfully so. Not much time left in this one. We're under 6 minutes to play. Hardaway back to pass, looking right, nowhere to go. Now steps up into the end zone, and is that one caught? It is. It's a Shepherd Ram touchdown.
Nice touch pass that time. Just a lot of patience. And Marcus Nicholson coming up with that touchdown catch. And Hardaway doing a good job. Again, just stepping up in the pocket, allowing that play to develop, and his wide receiver did not give up on the play and made himself available right over the middle. And Hardaway doing what he can to try to claw his way back into this ball game.
Nicholson, a 6'1 senior from Baltimore. Extra point for Barta is up, and it is good. 48-38, 5:54 remaining in this football game. Let's see if Shepherd's got a few stops in him left on defense. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
You feel that in the air? The precision passes of expletives thrown from a jersey-clad warrior to his TV, his dog, or anyone that'll listen. It's time for tailgating and showing off those parking lot picnics. Just remember, when you come out of the fourth quarter to 5 new dents, remember Cody's Auto Body is your MVP. I can erase those dents, just not the memory of your team's awful record. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body. That's Cody's with a T for f***ing trust.
5:54 remaining in the ball game. Shepherd draws back to within 10. Still a big hole to climb out of, but it's going to have to start with either an onside kick or a defensive stop. With 5:54 remaining, I think the onside kick is definitely on the table.
I wouldn't risk it just because Clarion's offense has been so effective so far today. So at least if you kick it deep, you have a little bit of cushion, a little bit of margin for error, because if you don't get that onside kick, you got the momentum is resurgent on that Clarion sideline, and they have a short field to work with. So I certainly understand the thought of going for an onside kick, but wouldn't go to it just yet.
Our fourth quarter brought to you by CMA Honda of Winchester, located at 3985 Valley Pike in Winchester. Call 540-686-1622. At CMA Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you. And a timeout taken by the return team of Clarion. It looks like Barta was going to set up to try that onside kick, looking to catch him off guard. I think now that they've done this, it'll be a traditional kickoff.
So a little bit of gamesmanship to make them at least burn one of their timeouts. Now you come out and kick it deep and see if your defense can make another stand.
Scoring drive summaries brought to you by Senate Finance Chair Jason Barrett. That last scoring drive for the Rams, a 10-play, 77-yard drive, taking 2 minutes and 20 seconds off the clock. It was a 9-yard touchdown pass from Mike Hardaway to Marcus Nicholson. 48-28. Looking at some of the numbers from this series history. We talked about it earlier in the ball game. You're looking at a total of 53 points that Clarion has scored against Shepherd in the history of this matchup. They scored 48 today.
With some time to add more to that total.
Possibly. If you're Shepherd, you're hoping not so much. You're hoping to pull the Lee Corso here. Not so fast, my friend.
But you have this Clarion team, like we mentioned, coming into today's game, 3-0 in the season, feeling good. It's the first time that they've had some serious confidence about themselves coming into a game. And you know those coaches mentioned that they've never beat Shepherd. And they see Shepherd coming in at 0-2. So they knew what was at stake coming into today's game, and they've made the most of their opportunity. Let's see if they can close it out, or can Shepherd show that grit and battle back and get back into this ball game.
Barta to send it away. This one a shorter kick To return man, it's going to be Kent on the return. He's across the 25-yard line and brought down immediately after. It'll be 27. And 48 right now for Clarion. This is now the second time this year in just 4 games they have managed to score at least 48 points. It was a 48-20 win week 2 at West Virginia Wesleyan. So this offense certainly one you're going to have to watch throughout the rest of the year in PSAC play. And for Shepherd, you're just hoping you can get a defensive stop and it can stay right at 48 points.
And keep an ear out for Larry Wilson. We know that upstart offensive coordinators are usually at the top of the list when it comes to getting those new head coaching openings, and he's certainly showing that he can do some special things with the program.
That give to Kent off the right side, inches closer to the 30-yard line, and Shepherd going to burn their first timeout with 5:46 remaining in the fourth quarter. Now have 2 remaining in the ball game. Got to try to preserve some clock along with hoping for a defensive stop. Well, it doesn't get any easier next week. Shepherd thankfully return home. That is one thing. While they've had some break in the action as they had a week 2 bye week after that Frostburg game, they've gone to Frostburg, to Slippery Rock, to Clarion. And while the travel not terrible, this is a 3.5-hour trip, Slippery Rock along the same, and Frostburg only about an hour and 20, an hour and a half away. There's still nothing like playing at Ram Stadium on a Saturday, so they're thankful to get home. But waiting to come into Ram Stadium is Kutztown, who in this week's top 25, number 5 in the country.
Just a well-built football team, a top-notch program. So Shepherd, they've shown that they can hang with the Blue Bloods of the PSAC. The question remains is, can they make enough plays to come away with the victory?
There's the give to Simmons right up the gut, and Shepherd trying to rip that football out. You just see hands flying, trying to rip the football out of the two-handed grasp of Simmons. He gains a handful. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and short, about a 3rd down and 3 coming up as they gave him
That's a generous
heck of a spot.
That's a generous spot.
And Shepherd going to burn their second timeout with 5:36 remaining in the game, and another big 3rd down for the Shepherd defense coming up. We'll see what defensive coordinator Josh Klein has in store. Josh Klein in his 17th year as Shepherd defensive coordinator, an 03 graduate of Shepherd. Played under Jeff Castile.
Not too often you can have a coach that's that young that has that many years of experience under his belt. So talked about hot shot coordinators with Clarion. I think you probably put Klein among those ranks as well.
Yeah. Mentioned Klein, the defensive coordinator, Rob Ambrose, who has some Division I head coaching experience. 09 to 2022, the Towson head coach. And Arnie McCook, who has been at Shepherd for quite a few years now as an offensive coordinator and a head coach for the last 6 years. Shotgun formation, a big 3rd down coming for the Shepherd defense. It's a 3rd down and 4. There is the snap. Gershio going to take it. Fires over the middle. That one caught, and a spin move up to the 45, nearing the 50, and a big catch and run by Devon Jones. And that one hurts if you're the Shepherd defense. And
it's kind of a backbreaker.
Yeah.
You burn those timeouts and hoping to get the ball back, and it still shows on the scoreboard that Shepherd has all 3 timeouts. I'm not sure if that's the case.
Well, I can't imagine Clarion calling timeouts in this situation.
Well, yeah, because they did.
Yeah, I think that's what they're.
Game clock to 5 minutes, 8 seconds. 5:08 will start on my signal.
All right, so as if 5:26 wasn't a short enough time for Shepherd's comeback, let's drop it down to 5:08 left in the game. Ball right at midfield, in between the hash marks, and that last catch, where was it? Right in the middle of the field.
Yeah. And Jones has been feasting on the defense over the middle of the field.
Pistol formation, Simmons in the backfield. He does get the carry, a little stutter step right up the middle, and he's got some room. Now back to the near side, inside the 40, to the 35, 30, 25. Ball is poked out, but goes out of bounds, and a big gain for Colin Simmons.
That's something that the coaches are certainly going to bring up in the film room. 2 things. You're running the ball to the outside. You want to put that ball on the outside so the defender doesn't have a chance to poke it out. But more importantly, keep your butt in bounds and make sure that clock continues to roll. The clock does continue to roll. The ball went out of bounds, so I'm not sure why the clock would keep rolling.
Under 4:30 to play in this game. 4:25 now on a running fourth quarter clock.
That's odd.
Pistol formation, a receiver to each side of the formation. Definitely bringing some brawn along that offensive line with a couple of tight ends. There's a snap to give to Kent right up the middle. Breaks one tackle and then brought down inside the 25 at the 22-yard line. As Shepherd running out of time and running out of opportunities. And 0-3 getting closer and closer in the windshield. On the flip side, 4-0 getting closer and closer in the windshield for the Clarion Golden Eagles. 4 wins for them in 2016, 4 wins for them in 2018, 7 wins back in 2015. Other than that, not much doing for the Clarion football team, but looking for their at least 4-win season, and they're just 4 games in. There's the give on the outside to Kenny, turns the corner, and has enough for the first down. Finally driven out of bounds at the 14-yard line, and a fresh set of downs for the Golden Eagles. Looking to put an exclamation point on what has been one heck of an offensive ball game for them.
Absolutely, and again, on the past couple of plays, the running backs have been running out of bounds, and the O coordinator not doing them any favors by calling those run plays that go to the outside, but those running backs need to exercise a little bit more situational awareness, understand what type of game that you're in, stay in bounds, keep that clock rolling. You have this game firmly in hand as long as you keep that clock rolling.
There's the snap, the give to Kent right up the middle. Avoids one tackle and drags one with him to the 10-yard line as clock now reads 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in the football game. And Shepherd just looking for any bodies on that defensive line that can get a push, which has been a struggle today.
And Shepherd does a good job of rotating that defensive front throughout the course of the game because they want to try to keep them fresher down the stretch, but this has just been a tall order today just going up against a red-hot Clarion offense.
2nd down and 6. Ball at the 11. Pistol snap to give us to Kent off the right side and slowed down from behind, and then a host of Ram tacklers able to bring him down a yard in the backfield. And as that clock hits 2 minutes, we will send it back to the studio for a 60-second break. 48-38, Clarion leading Shepherd. 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How can I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm John Everson, private wealth advisor with the Marius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
2 minutes left in the football game. Clarion leading Shepherd 48-38. A 3rd down run off the left side. That's Kent, the ball carrier. Shepherd going to use their final timeout to stop the clock. Hoping for a little 4th down magic on what I'm guessing is going to be a field goal attempt. Yes, we will see out of this timeout. Coming up at the conclusion of this one, we will have a scoring recap for you, take a look at some stats, give our awards of the game, and set you up for our next broadcast. We're sending it back to the studio for our post-game scoreboard show, that with Kyler High back at the TV 10 studios. Shepherd, a lot to work on. going into what is a big matchup with Kutztown next Saturday, home opener in Ram Stadium, and something that the Ram faithful are not used to seeing. Shepherd a minute and 56 away from what looks like coming home 0-3. Something that, as you look back over the last few years, 6-5 last year, 9-3 in 23, 13-2 in 21 and 22. So not something that you're used to seeing in Shepherdstown. As a field goal attempt coming on for Andrew Curtis. 30-yard attempt. Snap, hold, kick is up, and it is good with a minute and 52 remaining in the football game. Clarion's lead extended to 51-38. We're going to go ahead and keep it right here. And if you're Shepherd, I think the defense is the big thing that is going to be the question mark you got to look at this week and go, how do we solve this? You look at so far this season, you have given up 41 points to Frostburg, 35 points to Slippery Rock. Granted, 14 of that was through the first 3.5 quarters, but it's still going to come down to you gave up 35, you gave up 3 touchdowns at the end of that football game, and now 51 points to Clarion. The offense is putting points up, 27 points, 28 points, and now 38 points. With those scores, those should be keeping you in football games, and now only in one has that kept you in a football game, and that was that Slippery Rock game last week, which finished with a 35-28 final.
And again, there's no one area that you can point to in the defense that you can say, well, if we fix this, we're in good spot, because there are breakdowns on the back end. The linebackers, we knew that was going to be a big question mark coming in. Like, nobody's really stepped up in that position group. They've tried different looks and different personnel groups as far as the defensive line goes, but still having difficulty trying to, plug up that point of attack, especially in between the tackles. So, again, it's gut check time. And you certainly don't expect that from a program like Shepherd, and you certainly don't expect that from Shepherd this early in the season, but they're there.
Yep.
It's gut check time.
We've reached it.
Yes.
Now put yourself in a position where you hate to even use the word playoff at this point, but that is so far a dream at this point in the season. But it's a word that Ram faithful have become familiar with how successful they've been. Hardyway still in the football game, drops back to pass, looking over to the outside. Swinehart back in the game and just goes off his fingertips, had nobody around him. A little out in front of him, but falls to the turf. 2nd down and 10, 1:48 remaining in the ball game.
And Swinehart being used a little bit more in the passing game and has had some success so far today, but again, just an errant pass, leading his running back a little bit too much, and Swinehart's a pretty big target, and he was wide open.
3 receivers to the near side on a 2nd down and 10 ball at the 25-yard line. Far side hash mark. Snap is taken by Hardyway. Looking over the middle, fires over the middle. He's got Malachi Brown across the 35 to the 37, and that's a fresh set of downs for the Rams.
You certainly see that Clarion defense. Now they're just sitting back, want to keep everything in front of them, rally to the ball, make the tackle.
Hardyway takes the snap again over the middle. That's Lanza with the catch at the 40-yard line. Turns upfield and takes a tackler with him near the 45. They're going to say he's a yard short at the 44. And pre-vet defense for Clarion. You mentioned it. 3 guys in the secondary right now. Hardyway steps up and finds Swinehart out of the backfield in the flats at the 45 and taken down immediately. Still 2 yards short of the line to gain for the first down as the game clock clicks closer to 1 minute remaining here at Memorial Stadium.
That was Booth in on the tackle. He's having a tough time early on, but certainly seemed to found his footing here in the second half.
3rd down and 3. That pass caught by Lanza inside the 40-yard line. Way to go up and get that football. Lanza, the big target. We saw him used a couple times last week, used a little more this week. It'll be fun to watch his progression for the rest of the season as we have 50 seconds remaining in the ball game. Hardyway drops back pass, looking over the middle, finds Swinehart out of the backfield. He's inside the 30 to the 28, and that should be enough for a first down, if not awfully close. And they'll give it to him. First down, Rams.
Swinehart just did a good job of maintaining possession of the ball. The defender was able to get his hand deep down there and try to rip at it, but not able to come away with it.
Hardyway finds Lanza again inside the 25 to the 23. 25 seconds left in the game. Shepherd's offense, give him credit, trying to work on things, trying to get some timing down. Remember, this is the first year in the offense for Hardyway. Every game connection with the receiver is going to help for the rest of the year. Hardyway takes the last snap with 10 seconds left, has Swinehart in the flats of the 20. He cuts outside the 16-yard line, and that's where he is brought down. 3 seconds left. They are going to move the chains. But once those chains are set, that should be just about all she wrote. But no, a quick spike by Mike Hardyway with 2 seconds left. So the offense not going to go away quietly. Showing a little pride here at the end of the game.
Yeah, a little scrappy. So certainly a lot of positives. Again, like Shepherd, they're trending in the right direction. It's just they got to come up with some answers on defense. Again, they had a lot of starters, a lot of experience that they had to replace from last year's unit, and we've seen those growing pains so far, and they've just had a tough schedule to get the season started because you're going up against some veteran ball clubs and some talented offenses, and the defenses just had their struggles as far as just getting things going.
2nd down and 10 snap. Hardyway looking in the end zone, lobs it up towards a host of receivers and defenders, and that falls to the ground. Clock is at 0. 51-38 is what the scoreboard reads with the home team out in front. Clarion improves to 4-0 on the season. Your Shepherd University Rams now 0-3. We're going to send it back and take a quick timeout. When we come back, we will break down this matchup a little bit, give you some stats, give you some awards for the game, and set you up for our next broadcast as we are coming home to Ram Stadium next Saturday. Kutztown heading to town to take on the Rams. Final again from Memorial Stadium. It's Clarion 51, Shepherd 38. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Let's talk about what to do after a car or truck accident.
First, call 911. Then call Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers.
Let us handle the insurance company so you can focus on getting better.
Being injured in a wreck is enough stress. Let your doctor handle your medical issues.
And let the Skinner brothers handle your insurance issues.
If you've been hurt in almost heaven,
call the Sevens, 304-777-7777.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward...
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. We have been challenged to sell 20 new and used vehicles each and every day for the rest of the year. This means you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the largest Ford store on the I-81 corridor, ranked among the top dealerships in the country in sales volume and customer satisfaction. If you are even thinking about buying a new car, now is the time. Visit HagerstownFord.com and choose your new ride, and we will bring it to you. You will sign all the documents from your phone and skip that awful finance process that consumes your entire day in the dealership. Let's recap. Hagerstown Ford must sell 20 vehicles a day. You will sign all the documents from your phone on your time. We will bring your new ride to you, and you're done. It's that easy. If you don't like it, return it. Our return policy is better than Walmart, and our buying experience is better than Amazon. And you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the #1 Ford store from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C., from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland. Now, we want to be the #1 Ford store in the nation.
Final from Memorial Stadium. Shepherd drops to 0-3 on the season. Clarion 4-0 on the 2025 campaign. TV 10's coverage of Shepherd Ram football brought to you all year by Smallwood & Small Insurance Agency, your total insurance solution, located at 1250 Edwin Miller Boulevard, Suite 301 in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-3361. Well, Travis, last week it was the gut-wrenching way that the game ended at Slippery Rock. Shepherd up by a few scores, goes to overtime, just not able to come away with what would have been an upset win. This one, tied at halftime. You got a good feeling, hey, this is going to be a battle back and forth in the second half. and it just never was. This game in the second half went all the way of Clarion. Shepherd could not really get anything consistently on defense, couldn't get a stop. Offensively, couldn't run the football consistently, and struggled to pass the ball. Receivers with a few drops, some untimely bad throws. A mix of errors in the second half for the Rams. Penalties over the course of 3 drives. I know at least we'll have to look back at the overall penalty yards here in a moment, but you can think of 3 different 15-yard penalties over the course of 3 drives that cost 45 yards just in penalties. You can't have that in a back-and-forth football game and give that many opportunities to your opponent, especially one that's scoring 51 points in a ball game. Just your overall thoughts on a frustrating second half for the Rams.
And again, a lot of positives, especially in the offensive side of the ball for Shepherd. So you're feeling good. You're seeing that group starting to gel, which are having a difficult time wrapping your head around is like the defensive struggles. And you talked about those penalties. I think one of the biggest plays in the game, look back to that turnover where Clarion's able to dial up that blitz. It's right in Hardaway's face, and he puts the ball on the turf. And at that point, that's when Clarion was able to take that lead, and they never relinquished it at that point. Shepherd was never able to recover after that point. So it'd be hard for me. That was the turning point in the game right there. So, again, that turnover was critical, came at the worst possible time. And you could tell the way this game was going back and forth. The question was going to be who's going to make that first critical mistake. And unfortunately for Shepherd, it was the Shepherd offense that made that mistake. And Clarion was able to make enough plays on defense to keep the ball in the hands of their high-powered offense. And, again, we had an idea that this was going to be a shootout. Shepherd's defense really hasn't stopped anybody yet. Clarion's offense has just been red hot and has been the story of the year so far for the Golden Eagles. It turned out to be a shootout, and Shepherd, it wasn't in their favor to come away with it. You scored 38 points on the road. You hope you can come up with some success, but, again, Clarion just a little bit more settled in on what they like to do. And they just had a lot of guys. It wasn't just one guy that made plays. They had a bunch of guys that stepped up and made plays for that offense. And when they were down early in the game, you could see, was it going to go either way? When Shepherd was up 17-3, it was kind of like, well, is this going to be the same old Clarion team that we've seen in years before? And we saw the difference in this year's ball club where they refused to go back and be that team that hasn't won a game against Shepherd. And they really started to make some plays, string some things together. And you can see why this team is just surging with confidence right now. And Shepherd, you got to dig deep and try to fight through. You still got a lot of football ahead of you, so you can't pack it in just yet. It's not going to get any easier for you. So you got to suck it up, learn from your mistakes, and try to improve. And you got a tough task next week, but on the bright side, you are at home for the first time this season.
Let's take a look at some of the numbers from this one. As if you looked at Shepherd's overall numbers in the game, you would go, oh, they probably came away with this victory. Ran 68 plays for 530 yards. You don't see many teams having 530 yards of total offense. Now, you throw a couple in there, so probably you're in the high 400s with that last drive. Some junk time yards, if you will. But still, well over 450 yards of legitimate 530 total yards in the ball game, but you're giving up 603 yards to Clarion. You're not going to win any football games, at least consistently, unless you're in the Big 12 from the mid-2000s, giving up 603 yards of offense. And we talked about it periodically throughout the game. Clarion just able to do really whatever they wanted to offensively, and the numbers are showing that. Passing yards, 413 yards for Clarion to 190 rushing yards for Shepherd. Ran the ball well. Again, numbers are a little skewed with 2 long touchdown runs. You tip the cap to individual yards with Barnett, but in terms of how well they rushed the football, 2 long runs helping with that 224 yards rushing, and through the air, 306 yards for the Rams. Let's go to one of the stats that I wanted to look at in this game, and you look at penalties. And while the overall yardage and penalty count, Shepherd wins that battle. It just seemed like the penalties that were 7 for 88 yards came at the worst possible time for the Rams, and they came at times where maybe Clarion could afford a penalty here, a penalty there. Their final total, 8 for 100 yards, but I think that's definitely something that you're going to look at and go, penalties on the defensive side of the football, amongst other things, are really keys that you're going to have to look at in practice this week.
And again, like Shepherd doesn't score that many points. They did put up 38 today. So those penalties are going to be much more impactful to Shepherd because those possessions are much more important. Whereas you look at Clarion, they're a hot team right now. They're putting up a ton of points. So a penalty here and there is really not going to slow them down that much because they're able to make up for it with these big plays. And you talked about it, some of the numbers that are jumping out to you. Shepherd, again, you look at the numbers as far as running the ball, did well. 28 carries, 224 yards. But then, in the second half, only 11 carries. Only 11 carries there in the second half. That to me, that's like one of those predictors of success for Shepherd is how many running attempts. It isn't so much yards or yards per carry. It's running attempts, and they only run the ball 11 times in the second half. That's when you start to see Clarion really start to impose their will. Another number that really jumps out to me, 8 for 8 in red zone chances for Clarion. So every time they got down there, they made something happen.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some individual yards. Our post-game stats are brought to you by your local full-service archery pro shop, Fort Evans Archery of Inwood. Call 304-229-7064 or visit fortevans.com. For the Shepherd Rams, running the football, Jordan Barnett, heck of a football game. 15 carries, 212 net yards, 2 touchdowns. 96-yard touchdown run was his longest. Also threw a 77-yard run in there as well. He was busting them off at about 14 yards a pop. Grant Swinehart, 7 carries, 20 yards with about 2.9 yards a carry. He did a little bit more out of the backfield than catching the ball out of the backfield, I should say, rather than running the ball. Swinehart receiving added 8 receptions on 9 targets for 74 yards, 45 of those coming after the catch. So while it wasn't the two-headed monster running the football, Grant Swinehart certainly added his name to the stat sheet today. Throwing the football on Mike Hardyway, 27 for 39, 306 yards and 3 touchdowns. He was sacked 3 times and did lose that fumble on the strip sack that we talked about being a big turning point in that football game. Receiving, Kaysen Lanza having a heck of a ball game, targeted 9 times, came down with all 9 receptions, 99 yards, and 36 yards after the catch. We talked about Grant Swinehart already. Jaden Ashby, 3 receptions on 4 targets, and it did score a touchdown to go along with his 68 yards. And then Malachi Brown, 3 receptions on 6 targets for 29 yards. For Clarion, running the football, Kalen Simmons, 84 yards, 4 touchdowns on just 14 carries. That's pretty good touching the football to get in the end zone ratio there. 4 touchdowns on 14 carries. Gercio added 74 yards on the ground, a net of 60 on the ground, lost 14 on the day. He was averaging about 4.6 yards a carry, and Logan Kent contributed 32 yards on the ground. Throwing the football, Anthony Gercio, 26 for 35, 413 yards, 2 touchdowns, and was only sacked 1 time. Did a miraculous job of getting out of about half a dozen other sacks in this ball game. Devon Jones, 8 receptions, 103 yards, and a touchdown. Holt Egan didn't find the end zone, but boy, did he have himself a ball game. 6 catches, was targeted 12 times, really struggled to kind of actually come down with some catches in the second half, but certainly saw that yardage number look pretty darn good. 121 yards, had 105 of those, or 103 of those in the first half.
5 catches in the first half, so only 1 catch.
Yeah, so it did do a good job of controlling him in that second half.
But he opened things up for his teammates as well.
Absolutely. Simmons out of the backfield, 6 targets, 6 completions, 47 yards. And Jaton Williams, 3 receptions on 4 targets, 75 yards, and a touchdown as well. Post-game stats brought to you by your local full-service archery pro shop, Fort Evans Archery of Inwood. Call 304-229-7064 or visit fortevans.com. All right, let's get into some of the awards from today. Let's start with our CMA Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg Play of the Game, brought to you by CMA's Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg. Stop in and see them today at 48 Kelly Island Road in Martinsburg, or call 304-263-8821. They're moving lives forward. Play of the game, I think it's got to be the strip sack. That was really the turning point of the game, although you can make an argument, while that might have been the big turning point of the game, the play of the game could have also been the 96-yard touchdown
That's what I was going
by
to put
Barnett, so I'm good with either one of those. And we want to go with just individual play, not necessarily turning point, then I'm good with either one.
There we go. So play of the game, I will give Jordan Barnett, 96-yard touchdown run. You don't see that too often. You mentioned collision of the game. Give that to Will Ennis. They're in the third quarter, big hit on punt coverage. So not too many plays that went in Shepherd's favor, but Will Ennis was able to lower the boom on that play. And catch of the game, got to give that to Jaton Williams, the TD catch in the second quarter. Minka was given the coverage on that play. Remember, it was a nice big jump ball in the middle of the field, and Williams was able to come down with that.
And I think it is pretty unanimous when you look at the stats for today, who our player of the game is, brought to you by CMA Honda of Winchester, located at 3985 Valley Pike in Winchester. Call 540-686-1622 or visit them at CMA Honda of Winchester. Owners just care more about you. Player of the game, Anthony Gershio.
Yes.
You look at his stat line, 26 for 35, 413 yards in the air, added 60 yards on the ground, total of 2 touchdowns in the game. Really just what's the reason that one of the major reasons that Clarion won this football game.
Just able to escape the pocket, extend plays, find guys down the field. When he had to run the ball himself, was really doing a good job of just attacking the defense, and really no answers for him. They tried to do zone coverage. It didn't matter. He was able to pick them apart. They really never tried to assign a spy to him, and you were taking a guy out of coverage to do that. So it was just a difficult day for the defense, and Gershio just kept the pressure on them all day long. Just an effective, efficient day out there. And he had to beat out some players to get player of the game. He had to beat out his teammate, Kalen Simmons. He had 4 touchdowns on the game, had well over 100 yards of total offense. Then Jordan Barnett once again has player of the game snatched away from him after having just an absolute killer performance today. But again, Gershio was the guy today.
Our post-game show has been brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg, with a full lunch and dinner menu with daily specials and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. All right, that is just going to about wrap it up from here at Memorial Stadium. Final in this one more time, a 51-38. Clarion improving to 4-0. Shepherd dropping to 0-3. Our next broadcast is going to be back at home, Ram Stadium, next Saturday. That is a 12 noon kick. 11:30 will be the pregame show as Kutztown comes in, as Shepherd's still going to be looking for that first win on the 2025 campaign. The Overtime Scoreboard show coming up next. That will be back at our Talk Radio WRNR studios. Again, one final time from here at Memorial Stadium, 51-38 your final. This has been Shepherd Ram Football on TV 10.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How can I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm John Everson, Private Wealth Advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti.
If you've been injured in a car accident, there are 3 things you need to know.
1, do not discuss your accident with an insurance company before you talk to a lawyer.
2, on average, car accident victims with a lawyer get over 3 times more money than those without one.
And 3, at Mansion Ferretti, if we don't win, you don't pay us, guaranteed. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
What's up, everybody? Tyson Bajan here. The greatest asset for a professional quarterback is a receiver with good hands.
At Next Level Auto Detailing, your vehicle is in good hands. We offer basic detailing packages, ceramic coatings, any restoration service for your vehicle, you name it, we do it. Call us at 703-786-6250 to take your vehicle to the next level. Let's go!
This is your post-game show hosted by Floor Pools. And we have almost the first two games started at 12 o'clock are both over. We'll get you the updates for that here in a second. Here is your 12 o'clock games. And as you know, the Shepherd game is over. The only two games so far that are over in the PSAC is California beating Lock Haven 42-6. Another game that is also finished is Kutztown beating Gannon 46-7. Around the PSAC, the rest of the scores that we have here for you, Bloomsburg just scored in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes and 23 seconds left to go, making it 34-18 against Edinburgh. Another game that is also going on currently right now is Westchester beating Sinton Hill 27-9 in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes 54 seconds left. Shepherd game, obviously they lost, unfortunately. Another game that we have left is also another game that I have not mentioned yet is Indiana PA beating Millersville 63-10. So big scores all around in the PSAC area. Later on tonight at 6 p.m. you have Shippensburg traveling to Slippery Rock as the number 4 team hosts Shippensburg. So hopefully Shippensburg or Slippery Rock, one of those two, can go in. Shippensburg is going in to look up for an upset. Around the Mountain East games, Wheeling beat Fairmont State 35-28. Frostburg State University getting a win over West Liberty 21-7. And Concord and University of Charleston does not have a score. I'll try to get that one for you. West Virginia State University beating West Virginia Wesleyan 26-16. Let me try and get you the Concord score. There it is. University of Charleston is currently, they have won their game 38-24 over Concord University. Concord not winning this game. Other scores around the D1 football, you have WVU going on Talk Radio WRNR 106.5 FM and 740 AM at 6 p.m. If you want to listen in on the car, you have Marshall playing tonight at 7 p.m. Other games that we talked about earlier would be Texas A&M beating Utah 17 beating 16 34-10. Maryland beats Wisconsin 27-10 as well, and Virginia Tech snapping their losing streak of 0-2 or 0-3 to beat Woolford 38-6. Another game that happened in a high scoring game would be TCU beating SMU 35-24. So far, those are the final games. A game that's still going on currently is Syracuse beating Clemson still, 27-14. There's 2 minutes and 25 seconds left in the third quarter over there. There is also the Battle of Blue Ridge. JMU and Liberty are tied, both at 3 apiece. That game is still in the second quarter with 11 minutes left to go. Later on tonight, as I said before, Talk Radio WRNR 106.5 FM and 740 AM will be hosting WVU at 6 p.m. tonight. Join us next week as we host Shepherd versus Kutztown. Coverage of that next game will start at 11:30 a.m. next week here at TV 10. As you know, the final score for Shepherd. Final score for Shepherd against Clarion, 51-38 as Clarion snaps their 5-game losing streak against Shepherd. That has been Shepherd football for today. Have a great evening. I'm Kyler High with WRNR Talk Radio TV 10.
You've been watching play-by-play coverage of NCAA Division II football featuring the Shepherd University Rams and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference. Today's telecast has been brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance Agency, Powered Beck and Matzaref Law Offices, Senate Finance Chairman Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, Fort Evans Archery, Rocks Local Markets, the Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, the Larry DeMarco team at Century 21 Modern Realty Results, Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, personal injury attorneys, Cody's Auto Body, The Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, the Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, Ameriprise Financial and the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, WVU Medicine Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Centers, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, CMA Honda of Winchester, CMA Chevy and Toyota of Martinsburg, CMA Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg, Dignity Memorial Rosedale Funeral Home and Cemetery of Martinsburg, Floor Pools of Martinsburg, Hagerstown, and Chambersburg, and Next Level Auto Detailing. TV 10 Sports thanks you for watching today's presentation of Shepherd University Rams football. All rights